What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. We realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it over cuz. But niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. You know what I mean? Put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't need these. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, my it's like, wait, bro, talk like that. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother over. Peanut, what's the word, my brother? What's the champ?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erase videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard it. If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over there, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't on his
no problem. It's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
Let's ask one. I love to tell Sutek. Tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Have him pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We'll make it work. You know? So, right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me and I don't be
it ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother. And
what the fuck up?
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find y'all?
Own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO genealogy.
I don't think he's standing on business. What's good with everybody in the chat, man? It's your boy Sean P in the place to be. Please like the show, share the show, tell a friend we're live. This is part 2. There's a couple of people that hit me up yesterday, and even in the comment section on a previous video, that was like, man, you need to run it back. You need to do a part 2. And I had already had that in the works because there was one of the things that I needed to get to. And I know he kind of got to it, but didn't get to it yesterday. And I was moving and grooving. So I would stay there and my computer started tripping. So that became a thing of its own. But hopefully yesterday's show was informative enough for people to really understand the gist of what's going on. So I want to kind of pick up I kind of left off, and I really didn't get to add too much into yesterday's bill. I think that the God Killer did his thing. She said, I sound choppy. You the only one complaining. I'm sitting here listening to myself. So put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. I don't sound choppy. I might sound tired. But refresh your stuff. They said better now. Bro, crazy. All right. Like the show, share the show. And we're going to get to it. So again, man, peace to everybody in the chat. Juju, Public Enemy, you know what I mean? Big forehead ass Mika. I even seen that little mixed chick in the chat. Vino old lady. Baka was good. Sister Safa. What's going on? Infinite Minds was good. Melanated, as I seen you earlier. There's a few other people in here that hadn't commented yet. Peace to y'all. Teddy was good. I don't think that I need to pull that source up, Teddy, from last night, but I might get into it. It's a great study, but the study proved that the Abos ain't the Abos of who they think they is. I see we got your student. We got a little V note in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Sean P. Why y'all have to do my boy Tyreek like that, Sean P? Why y'all do Tyreek like that, Sean P? He ain't do nothing to none of y'all. Bro. He don't even say nothing, bro. He was telling the truth, bro. He's telling the truth about the Negroes that was over here before y'all got here, or said y'all got here, Sean P. Cut the fuck out of here. You was in the chat crying. I was sitting there reading that chat, bro. You was crying like a girl in the chat. No offense to the women. He was crying. He was like somebody, y'all was at a basketball court and they took your basketball. You was boo-hooing. Like they took your ball from you, boo-hooing. I Ballard, what's good, sister? How you doing? How you doing? Should be a few more people skating in here, man. If you are listening to the replay of this video, please be sure to share this with your constituents. Make sure that y'all let me know, man, if I get the sign or too crazy. I really need to get my computer. This computer, I need a new computer. I got way too much on here, and I need to get rid of a lot of stuff. But peace to everybody out there, man. I hope y'all are enjoying your family and friends, or have enjoyed your family members and friends. If you're celebrating or not celebrating, if you're out of town, because there's one person I know that's on vacation for like 2 months. They in the chat, so they tapped in. Or I'm gonna try to get directly to it because I don't know what kind of plans they got. Let me know if y'all have an issue or problem or something. We're gonna get straight to it. Cut cam off. Screen share. So I want to come back to the video from last night with in this particular portion of this video, I want to play it how I go, and I want y'all to kind of tap into that.
That were in America for thousands of years.
You said Constantine what?
Raphael, R-A-F-I-N-E-S, I think that's how you spell it. Constantine.
Raphael.
Yeah. Okay. Now that's one. That's one. In his book, you can keep on thumbing through.
Now, all right. Now he was talking about the book we just went over and we identified as pseudoscientific. All right, that's the book "Unexpected Faces in the Americas." We just critiqued all that. We critiqued that book. So Tariq is actually using a pseudoscientific source right there. There's no debate. There's no argument with that right there. All right, so we got that. So let's continue with this.
There's another guy, Constantine Rafinesque, and he was an early anthropologist in America in the 1800s, and he wrote about the wild Negro tribes that were in America for thousands of years.
You said Constantine what?
Raphael, R-A-F-I-N-E-S, I think that's how you spell it. Constantine.
Raphael.
Yeah. Look that up. You looking, and I hope the family's looking all this stuff up too.
All right, hold on 1 second. I forgot this man got his channel monetized. But anyway, so
Constantine, okay, let me.
give me a second. You know, I don't got his channel monetized. So I want to get into let me know if y'all can hear me okay. I want to get into Constantine real quick. And that was one of the reasons. What's up, Ramon? One of the reasons why I wanted to run it back and do a part 2, because I felt like it was necessary. How does Tariq know they were niggas? Tariq doesn't know. Tariq is using 2 sources. And from his 2 sources, he determined that some speculation helps him draw that conclusion. So I wanted to play the clip, and I wanted to build on that for this particular reason. But first, I want to take you to the actual source. Let's read. I'm gonna read to y'all what he says here. Make sure you can see it. It's right here in this area on this side, the primitive black nations of America. Let me zoom in a little bit more. All right, you should see it right there, the primitive black nations of America by Professor Rafinesque, Constantine. So he says the Society of Geography have an award for the best memoir on the origins of the Asiatic Negroes. What's up, Timmy Turner? Let's get to it. See, this is why I try to tell you about that Asiatic shit. All right, anyway. The Society of Geography have offered a reward of the best memoir on the origins of the Asiatic Negroes. I sent them last year 2 memoirs. One of those Asiatic Negroes, wherein I demonstrated the affinities of their language with the African and Polynesian Negroes, as well as the Hindus and Chinese, and renders it probable all Negroes originated in the southern slopes of the Himalaya Mountains. Listen to this. All Negroes originated in southern slopes of the Himalaya Mountains, as they did once exist all over India, South China, Japan, Persia, and Arabia. My second memoir was on the Negro of black nations found in America before Columbus, wherein I proved their existence and connection by language with the Negroes of Africa and Polynesia. These memoirs have been rewarded by the Learned Society of Geography with a gold medal of 100 francs, which was lately communicated to be by Mears Warden, our former consul in Paris and joint member of the Institute. This gratifying intelligence will be acceptable to all my friends and furnish another proof of my ability to unravel at last the origins of all the American nations and tribes, and pursuing the path which I have opened by comparing all the languages mathematically and numerically with each other. All languages. Too many. This fact of the old black nations in America will be new, yet it is an important feature of the American history, as well as the existence of primitive. Yeah, listen to what he say. Primitive white nations, they're still more numerous. To furnish a kind of insight into the subject, I will merely enumerate the black tribes of which I have found evident traces and remains in North and South America. The ancient Caracoles of Haiti, represented as a nation of beasts by the historical songs, Roman and Martyr. The Californians of the Carib Islands, called Black Caribs of Guyana, by others are Black Branch of Caribs. See Rochefort and Hera. The Argos and the Couture mentioned by the Garcias in the West Indies, quite black. The Black Arrows of Riley, of Uras, of the Spaniards, ugly black or brown Negroes, yet existing near the Orinoco and language known called monkeys by their neighbors. The Chamas of Guyana, brown Negroes like Hottentots, see Humboldt. The Angapas and the Porcia or Neof or Matias of Nivet, all of Brazil, brown Negroes with curly hair. See also Vespicius Pigafetta. He continues, the Negritos of Arte and Darin, yet existing in the Choca under the name of the Chuanas and the Guanas Chinos, see Mullen, ugly black or red Negroes. Those of Papayan called Manahi, blackish with Negro features and hair, see Stevenson. The Gaabos or the Jeribos of the Tazguspala, near the Honduras, see Joros and see now called Zumbos. The Estlin and Esteros of New California, ugly, blackish Negroes, see Venegas, Langsoff, and Co. The Black Indians met by the Spaniards in Louisiana in 1543. See Soto's invasion. The Moon-Eyed Negroes and the Albinos destroyed by the Cherokees and seen in Panama. Barton and Co. Among these, the Euro language has 50% of an analogy that the Guana, 40% of the Ashanti, of the Fanti, of Guinea, and about 33% the Fula, Borno, or Congo languages of Africa. In Asia, it has 39% of the numerical affinity of the Samang Negroes and 40% of the Negroes of Andaman, as well as all these Australia and New Holland. All this and many other details are given at length, proved by authorities and compared vocabularies in my memoir. That's where his article stops. So his evidence for all of these tribes being Black Negro are associated with his quote unquote comparison of languages across the world to one another from these areas of who he called blacks. That's his evidence that he uses to argue. It's not genetics because it's not around. He doesn't have any other argument to make because it is not there. He doesn't have a cultural distinction. It's not mentioned. He told you himself by comparing languages. He says it. The Society of Geography having offered a reward for the best memoir of the origin of the Asiatic Negroes. I sent them last two memoirs, one of those Asiatic Negroes, wherein I demonstrated the affinities of their languages with the African and Polynesian Negroes, as well as the Hindus and Chinese, and renders it probable that all the Negroes originated in the southern slopes of the Himalaya Mountains, as they did once exist all over India, South China, Japan, Persia, and Arabia. My second memoir was one of the Negro or Black nations found in the Americas before Columbus, wherein I proved their existence and connection by language with the Negroes of Africa and Polynesia. This is what he uses. Now, to go further, he has a book, and I'm gonna come back to where I need to come back to in this. But I need to show y'all this book, this other piece of work right here, and y'all heard it mentioned the American nations. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if I'm breaking up, please. Right here. So I want to go to where I was just at. It's in his dedication. And he's saying a bunch of stuff that I'm skipping over. It has nothing to do with the identity of peoples, but more specifically, in this bottom 2 paragraphs, he begins, the origins and annals of Black nations and of the American nations were 2 subjects quite obscure and neglected, or at least known, of the history of mankind. Nobody has undertaken as yet the history of the Negro nations as a labor so difficult and luckless as to be despised. My memoirs, not evidence that he collected from other places, my memoirs on this despised race, he called the Negro a despised race, may perhaps furnish the basis of such history. All the histories of America are mere fragments or dreams. I have perceived the possibility and necessity to write a general and faithful history of this hemisphere. I now offer the results of this weary labor. You will perceive in it many things which have already been said, since it is impossible to write history without repetition. But my plan, the whole point of view, and the results which I draw are my own. I want to make this clear to everybody. The whole point of view and the results which he draws are his own. You will also find many things which were never told or were very improperly presented. I shall destroy many errors, hypotheses, and conjectures, since in them alone often consist our works upon America. This is key because this is the premise of this whole argument here. I'm not going to bore you to death and start taking you through chapters in this particular book. However, for even the pseudo, for even Vino in the chat, I did leave this book for you because I dare you to try to use him as your source and cherry pick some shit out this book and use it in your argument. I dare you. So I want to take you to the next article here. And this article is a dissertation that has been submitted about the autodidact Konstantin Resvenik. Okay. And this was approved in April 12th of 2013. This dissertation, this is why you can find it all over online. It's published work. And yeah, it's credentialed out. And this is a good piece of work. I'm going here for a reason. But let me get to my bread and butter. I don't need to read the abstract. Some people are microwaved. And from this point forward, when I deal with this, you're going to start to see the problems with Resvenik. I got to get to page 55. And this dissertation is heavily sourced, and it's got some work in here that I have from other sources. Oops, skipped it. Dang. All right, here we go. Okay. Now, just to give you a gist of what's going on, when Rafaniskas was writing and giving his opinion and his beliefs, his interpretations of the people around him that he was seeing, or the thought processes of whatever he encountered as he so saw it or assumed it to be. He tells a story about the Algonquin. that draws red flags from the scientific community. I am going to not tell you the story that he says. I am going to only deliver on the points. What else to tell? Whatever source that Rafanisca was relying on for this claim is never identified in his account. I'm going to repeat that one more time for the slow. Whatever source Rafanik was relying on for his claim is never identified in his account. Having seen the respected ornithologist Alexander Wilson passed over, Rafanik had not even actually applied for the position of a botanist to Lewis and Clark first. Remember, in his wiki page that was read to y'all yesterday, you saw botanist on there. Well, he never applied for a position of a botanist. So perhaps such a suggestion had been leaked from behind closed doors, but this memory may also imply simply been the product of a sense of entitlement mixed with nostalgic, overblown imagination. For in his response to Rafanik's early searching letter concerning the expeditions, Jefferson had given the cursory, garbled, and ambiguously dissuasive reply. Certainly, I should be happy to add your botanical talents to the party, but that is not in my power to propose in birth worthy your acceptance expense only with little other compensation are expected by the members of the party, who are chiefly induced undertaking the journey of the gratification only their curiosity. By the time this response arrived, Rafanik had already departed for Europe, and so he likely never saw it. So, in 1819, all of these many years later, writing from this American home, Transylvania University in Lexington, Kentucky, where my grandmother is from, Rafanik was again seeking position for his acquaintance. And so began a 5-year-long lopsided exchange of letters between the ex-president and the autodidact. Again, Rafanik would ultimately be frustrated. Within just a few short years working with Transylvania, Rafanik's energy for teaching had cooled in comparison to the enthusiasm for field work. And many of his eccentricities had caused relationships with administrators and colleges to grow strained. I want to pause real quick because this story is basically telling you how he got into the business and why we get something. So now I don't want to bore you. I just want to give you a little insight that he's having a back and forth about trying to get qualified to be who he wants to be and teach certain things. But in that, he also is giving these stories about a group of people that really don't even suffice. So I need to take you to the problem with his research, or I should say evidence from a bad behaviors earlier, which we read out of one of his pages. All of this is going to come together for you by the time I conclude. It's a behavior. So this is about the Algonquin culture. This book is 364 pages. This book is also available to you regarding things of the matter. I am going to take you back to the first few things that I've mentioned about him in this stint right here. Remember, Rafanik's claim is that he used languages as a precursor for identifying the racial identification or status of a group of people. We just say it like that. Language does not spread through distance or time without the active interaction of people. The distribution of Eastern Algonquin languages, as noted in Figure 2.1, can be explained only by the interaction of ethnic groups, either through immigration, migration, exchange, economic competition, warfare lines, intermarriage, capture, or adoption of individuals. Based on the historical analogy, all these processes noted during the historic period can be extended directly into pre-colonial area of East Northern America. From Maine to North Carolina, the spreading of languages of the Algonquin-speaking Indian is the outcome of a complex 3,000-year history. Archaeologists and linguists views this distribution of languages as a result of the southward migrations of the Algonquin speakers from the Proto-Algonquin homeland around the Greater Lakes. By the way, you didn't, never mind, never mind. I'll text you. Several early scholars began the discussions of Eastern Algonquin languages communities with the origin of the Delaware Indians. In the 18th century, the Delaware related their origin stories to Reverend John Heckwelder, who worked among them during their dispersal to the Ohio River drainage. Heckwelder recorded the oral tradition that the Delaware Indians originally came from the far west, migrating to the east and crossing the Mississippi River to the Great Lakes. After they defeated the local inhabitants of the Great Lakes, they continued their migration to the Atlantic Ocean, where they found the Hudson, Susquehanna, and the Delaware River drainages lightly occupied. They used these rivers to migrate southward to the Potomac Valley. They developed a social political system which facilitated continued interaction and mutual support to external threats. Pause. V-note. This is what I mean about people coming into contact with other people. If you coming into a new area and there's no conflict, you can't claim that there was people here before the people that came in. There was no conflict. You don't let a complete stranger walk into your house, open your refrigerator, fix them something to eat, and sit down on your couch and eat, and it ain't no smoke. Let's continue. Archaeologists initially responded to both the oral story and the linguistic data to inform their interpretation of archaeological evidence. Their research focus was to confirm the historical and linguistic evidence of migrations of sustainable populations of Algonquin-speaking groups through analysis of archaeological evidence of changes over time. Unfortunately, a noted naturalist, Constantine Samuel Raffinisk, created a fraudulent Wallam Alum document that used the Delaware origin story told by Heckwelder as its framework. So from the 1930s to 50s, Eli Lilly funded research by a team of archaeologists to test the validity of the Wallam Alum. James Griffin was a design recipient of these findings of scholars. As local chronology sequences were developed and refined, he began to conclude that the Institute model of the Iroquois and Algonquin cultural development were better explanations to the migration legend of the Wallam Alum. He hired Richard McNeish from 1946 to 50 to study every available pottery collection and publication relating to the Iroquois archaeology and apply the direct historical approach and the ceramic serration analysis to develop a comprehensive ceramic typology for the Owasco ceramics. McNeish focused on the ceramic typology and serration analysis to support his continuity model, ignoring ethnological and ethnohistoric data and dismissing linguistic. Moving on. Hold on one second. Because it's a map. But while I'm getting to this point, once my computer get past this map, if y'all still can hear me okay. This is the problem with Raffinisk. He making up shit. He been making up shit. This is an example of him doing it. Let me continue. With over 100 ceramic types defined, he documented a detailed case of the Institute development of the Iroquois speakers in Great Lakes area. With these findings, archaeologists, linguists, and historians who already suspected that the Wallam Alum might be a fake began to disfavor migration theories. The culture ecology, unilateral evolutionary approach, and the processes-driven archaeology in the 60s and 80s resulted in migration theories not being accepted. Even the Delaware Lenape's own historical accounts, as recorded by Heckwelder, fell from favor by scholars. I'm going to pause right there. I want that to marinate on you, and I want you to go back to everything I basically said up to this point about Rafanisk, his accounts, his methodology, his lack of credentials. That's why they called him an autodidact, because he never could do the other things that were necessarily needed for him to actually gain validity. However, we're using a poor research methodology, no other scientific ingenuity as a barometer of explanation of quote unquote said wild Negroes tribes as the measuring stick for quote unquote Negroes being in the Americas by a dude who fictitiously make up shit. So I want to take you here to terms and terminologies, conflicts of social quandaries engendered by the Taino native fixation and the cultural crisis analytical study in the Caribbean contemporary history. This is written by a PhD, and I'm bringing that work. Now, I ain't gonna bore y'all to death, so I'm gonna give you the abstract. But watch who name shows up. Generations born before the 1920s in the Greater Antilles never referred to themselves as Taino or Taino native descendants. It was limited to a handful of Caribbean researchers, but nearly exclusively in the hands of foreign scholars. The controversy surrounding the origins of the illusory Taino term christened by Constantine Samuel Rafanisk Schmoltz in 1836 predominates in our examined geography of the Bahamas, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Puerto Rico, yet in a widespread worldwide. Nonetheless, Rafanisk and his 19th century advocates are fundamentally unknown by the people who write and live by the modern Taino fixation. The first Taino maturation phase extended from 1836 to 1900, ending in the movement the Taino fixation achieved a resounding success, so much so that the generations born in the Caribbean after the 50s do think that the Taino incarnation was a race, was a language, a native tribe, and a biological ancestor. The third phase from 56 to present has seen a massive Taino fixation of standardization. The scholarly move to impose legitimize is relentless. Prestigious international institutions have invested substantial financial and human resources sponsoring research, exploration, and collection, gathering a Caribbean native artifacts, indirectly sanctioning the proliferation and standardization of non-existing Taino culture successfully. So, yeah, his name is all over this. And let's go. Constantine Samuel Rafanisk christened the term Taino, mechanizing the beginning of the contemporary academic fixation. This means that Taino was born in 1836. The word Taino was born in 1836 as a market instrument during the Industrial Revolution. In 182 years, scholars of all fields argued the realness of this so-called Caribbean native who greeted Columbus. Henceforth, the Caribbean nations examined now face a contemporary cultural crisis resulting from the practice of substituting a market instrument to refer to native races, language, tribes, history, and independent countries, what is unjustifiable as it is legitimate that leads to a corrupt Caribbean ethnic legacy. This study examines the Taino evolution pattern, term substitution crisis, as inaccuracies grew from contemporary researchers' interpretations applying a mix or make do academic marketing terms, terminology, and editorials to classic works, native folklore, and prehistory initially sanctioned by Anglophone scholars' communications with the worldwide impact. They extracted this from the last thing, the first thing that I read out of Constantine's book, which was American nations or outlines of the general history, ancient and modern nations of North America, which I showed y'all was written in 1836. The Caribbean has been a playground for world powers to innovate and test everything. Right? That's what it says. And it says Peter Home refers to Caribbean natives in English standards as Arawaks, not Tainos, citing the novelists Michener and Fred Olson. It is appropriate to assume Arawaks, Caribs, or other historically verifiable ethnonyms or exonyms for pre-Columbian natives apply to the Caribbean countries on a one-to-one basis. Fundamentally, researchers and contemporary authors in the national standards of the Bahamas, Cuba, Dominican Republic, France, Germany, Haiti, Netherlands, North America, Puerto Rico, and Spain, and so on, indistinctly for the most part, except with endless and complex motives that the anno term and terminology as appropriate. This study aims to test such reliability as delicately as possible. I ain't even gonna give y'all the gist of this. But my point is that Tariq's source has been problematic since his beginnings. I say it like that. Since his beginnings into wanting to argue information. And this is throughout his work. I'm going to give you another example here of what I mean by problematic. I'm going to come back to his work in the American Nations Volume 1 on page 19. And let me give you a little bit of context first. So he names all these different places, right, that he's gathered all the information on, and he starts to give all these examples, and he's talking about, you know, from anywhere between Canada, as far north as Canada, as far west as California, as far east as, you know, everywhere east, New York area, all down the Atlantic coast, even into the Caribbeans. So he says this about his descriptions. In the proceedings from the known to unknown, with ascertained that a multitude of nations have come to America since 1492 as colonists or visitors. I'm going to say this one more time because I know people have a hard time comprehending what is being said. In proceeding from the known to the unknown, we ascertain that a multitude of nations have come to America since 1492 as colonists or visitors. The principal were Spanish, who have colonized or conquered New Mexico to Chile, from Florida to Buenos Aires. But they came not alone and have brought along with them auxiliaries. What did the Spanish bring? The Italians, the Flemish, Biscayans, Canarians, while as slaves, Moors of Mauritania and many African Negro nations. In his first visitors list, as colonizers of visitors, he makes it clear to say that Spanish brought slaves who were Moors and African Negro. Then he says the Portuguese, who have colonized the whole of Brazil, brought there, besides many Negro nations, some Moors, Gypsies, and Chinese. So the Portuguese brought many Negro nations, Moors, Gypsies, and Chinese. Then he says the English, who have colonized the whole eastern side of North America, Jamaica, and the islands of the Antilles, with parts of the Yucatan, Honduras, and Guyana, but they have brought with them the Welsh, Scottish, Irish, Germans, Jews, and many African nations. Then he says the French, they colonized Canada, Louisiana, Haiti, several Carib islands, Cayenne and Guyana, and although conquered in North America and Haiti, their language remains. They brought along the Provocals, the Britons, the Basque, speaking distinct languages with several African nations. The Scandinavians, who partly settled in North America since the 10th century, did later colonize again Groenland, with Delaware and some Carib islands. They include the Norwegians, Danes, and Swedes. The Dutch Hollanders sent colonies to New York, Suriname. Kuranzo brought gypsies, Germans, and Africans. Russians have invaded and partly settled in the northwest shores and islands of North America, bringing their Kazakhs, Comox, and several other Tartarian subjects. Besides these, several other nations have lately visited America or settled therein, blenders with the above. All the nations of Europe, even Hungarians, Polanders, Greeks, and Turks, have been brought there. Pirates of all nations, even Algerians, have wandered to America. Almost all the nations of Africa have been led there in slavery. Asia has sent Jews, Hindus, Gypsies, and Zaganese, Chinese, and Tartars, while Oceania has sent Malayas, Madagascars, Hawaiians, etc. This well-known fact of the various and anomalous modern populations of both Americas within 3 or 4 centuries will greatly help us form a more correct estimate of the ancient population and colonization of such vast countries during many thousands of years previous to 1492. Previous. This dude is saying that everyone was sending everyone to the Americas prior to. During many thousands years previous to 1492. That's what he says. There's even arguments in his book where he talks about this motherfucker already being built. Like it was already cities everywhere, big buildings, all of that. He's saying all of that. Him and the previous source. So everybody was sending people to the Americas for thousands of years, y'all, before 1492. He didn't back it by any evidence. He just made a claim. There's no source. There's no sources here. In my Atlantic Journal of 1832 will be found a kind of classification that the ancient nations of both the Americas divided into 25 groups, 14 in the north, 11 in the south. But this first attempt cannot be perfect. It requires a close study of the American languages. Study of the American languages. Before we can ascertain correctly all their mutual affinities and reduce each to the real parent group, meantime, this attempt and further correction of it in this work will become very useful historical basis. I give, therefore, the list of 25 groups with a well-known nation and language, as to the type of which others be gradually reduced. And then he starts to name them, and I ain't finna name all of this. But I wanted to get y'all to the point of why is he even relevant in this conversation? He forced his way in the door, true enough. There was some accounts he got right, true enough. There was a lot of things that he got wrong, real enough. Why are we stuck on all the shit he got wrong? Why? As black people in America, we stuck to two people, really more than two people, but two people who go out of their way to make an argument for something that they did not have evidence for. These writers are in the 1800s, 1900s. They don't have any affinity to ascertain the real information that has been brought before them. They put racial classifications on people that had no ties to the Africans. These people that they put these classifications on were not Negro or Black. This is why they have a problem with the representation of the accounts of the Algonquins, the other native tribes that were here, written by Rafinesque, and then the whole claim of wild Negroes in the Americas. That has been clearly rejected by the scientific community. And evidence today even substantiates that. So I don't even want to go in today's evidence. I'm trying to keep y'all in the pace. Well, I'm not making a decision for nobody. If you got to believe, you hold on to it. Straight like that. Vino said he gonna do a deep dive. Go on and embarrass yourself. So there was a portion in a conversation that was had with yesterday, and we were trying to pull up something, and I didn't get to it because once again I was moving and grooving. I had made mention, and I just want to go back here quick before I go back to Rafinesque, if I get back to him, about these OMAC faces and these people trying to call them African or whatnot. So the La Venta Stella, and we'll get into a little bit more. But before I get to this, let me stop sharing real quick. Give me 1 second. I pull them up. What up, Mo? Now let me do it from my phone. So yeah, because I don't want nobody doing no striking. I don't want no striking. I want to play this portion. Let me go back to let me go back to send me the flim.
Botanist and anthropologist in America. Well, I'm giving you names, sir. Then,
bro, what, bro, come on, man. Like,
come on, what?
There's no proof that there was Black Aboriginals from Native to America before the slave trade.
Okay, go get a book. When I name books, I give references. Get the book by a white man, and Von Rutenau. He wrote a book with a lot of pictures in it called Unexpected Faces in Early America.
So there's photos.
There's photos of artifacts that was in the Americas for thousands of years of black-ass people with afros, big noses, and big lips, sir, who look like black people around here today. Look up the work of Constantine Rafinesque. He was one of the earliest botanists and anthropologists in America. Well, I'm giving you names, sir.
No, hold on. What was the first name you gave me?
Von Rutenau. Or you can Google the term unexpected faces.
You said Von Wooten. Alexander Von Wooten?
Yep. In his book, Unexpected Faces in Early Americas. See that? It's a white.
Again, I'm looking at it, bro, but this is no proof that these are not Native Americans, bro. Like these are skulls like shaped into statues, bro.
What are you talking about?
I'm not seeing any pictures here, bro.
Well, you're not looking. You didn't find the book, the inside of the book that fast, sir. You're probably looking at the cover, sir.
You bought a Cadillac to be seen and heard. Now keep making moves. Schedule your next Cadillac certified service visit in vehicle.
Hi, I'm Deepa Mathiala, and I'm in New York City to talk about the confidence gap. What's your name? Hi, I'm Della. I'm Jenny. Hi, I'm Stephanie. Which is when women entrepreneurs lack confidence due to less support and funding. Let's go. Do you guys want to play a game about women in business? Sure. So I'm going to ask you a truth or lie question, and you'll let me know what you think.
Do it true. I'm going to say lie again.
Oh, interesting. We have some differences here.
True.
Excuse me, sir. Can I ask you a few questions?
Sure.
Sure. Women-owned businesses pack a powerful economic footprint, generating $2.7 billion in annual revenue. Truth or a lie? I'm going to say truth.
I'd say a lie. I think it's more.
We love a man who knows his stats. It is more. It's actually 2.7 trillion.
Trillion? Wow.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Hell yeah. Is that surprising to you?
Not really.
Yeah.
We're amazing.
Yeah, we're pretty awesome. All right, so when starting a business, women start with 5% less working capital than men. Truth or lie?
So, lie.
It's actually 50% less. 50% less capital.
Wrong. It's definitely discouraging and upsetting to hear. It makes me pretty pissed off. It's not surprising, let's put it that way.
My bad.
It's because of the confidence gap, which is a lack of confidence.
I had to step away.
I'm not. I'm looking at pages of the book right now, and he's depicting sculptures as people.
Okay. And in those sculptures, he specifies that these are Negroid features, and you can tell that these are black people in those sculptures, sir.
Now, I said this yesterday, and I had to have Unc run it back. I said, Unc, he came to the conclusion that they're Negroes based on these sculptures.
That's one. In his book, you can keep on thumbing through.
Listen.
There's another guy, Constantine Rafinesque, and he was an early anthropologist in America in the 1800s, and he...
Hold on.
Alexander von Humboldt.
Hold on, I gotta go all the way back, y'all. I gotta go back. I gotta go all the way back. We gotta hear this shit for what it is.
In his book, Unexpected Faces in Early Americas. See that? It's a white.
Again, I'm looking at it, bro. This is no proof that these are not Native Americans, bro. Like these are skulls like shaped into statues, bro.
What are you talking about?
I'm not seeing any pictures here, bro.
Well, you're not looking. You didn't find the book, the inside of the book that fast. So you're probably looking at the cover, sir.
I'm not. I'm looking at pages in the book right now, and he's depicting sculptures as people.
Okay.
He's depicting sculptures as people. How many sculptures can you make look like people? And then out of those sculptures, how can you get if they're Negro or black from the sculpture?
And in those sculptures, he specifies that these are Negroid features, and you can tell that these are black people.
Can somebody tell me what is a Negro feature? What's a Negro feature? How many Negro features can you name? Big lips ain't a Negro feature. Kinky hair ain't a Negro feature. What's a Negro? Let's be specific. Define what a Negro is. How about this? Kinky hair and big lips and wide noses. There you go. There you go. Equatorian features. People that live around or on that equatorial line. But let them finish, and then I'm gonna get into what's all this lookership, because what he's explaining to y'all is he's looking at something and drawing a conclusion based on just looking at something with no other evidence. So he used his first source, was just looking at shit and equating it, excuse my language, was looking at something and equating it to one thing, to draw his conclusion. The other person did the same thing, was just making observations according to 1892, asserted such with no other evidence. Both of these people drew upon lookership. But one says, before his lookership, he used languages. So show me where you translated the languages. That's not in his book. There's no chapter on that. There's no comparison of languages. Hell, the Mayan script ain't even, some of these scripts in Latin America ain't even been deciphered. So how you gonna compare a language that, never mind, I'm going over people's head. Let me let them cook. Go ahead, Tariq. Confuse the fuck out of black people.
People in those cultures, sir. Now that's one. In his book, you can keep on thumbing through. There's another guy, Constantine Rafinesque, and he was an early anthropologist in America in the 1800s, and he wrote about the wild Negro.
He was an autodidact. Go ahead. I'm not wrong being an autodidact. Go ahead.
Tribes that were in America thousands of years.
You said Constantine what?
A-F-I-N-E-S, I think that's how you spell it. Constantine.
Rafinesque.
Yeah. Look that up. You're looking at it, and I hope the family's looking all this stuff up too. Hope y'all looking that up. Constantine, okay, because he was from France and he came over here, and some of those writers back then, and he has a Wikipedia page. And let me read what's on the Wikipedia page. Constantine Samuel Rafinesque. Rafinesque was an eccentric, an erratic genius. He excelled in various fields as a zoologist, writer, and polyglot. He wrote prolifically on such diverse topics as anthropology, biology, geography, and linguistics.
Don't stop.
He was an outcast in the American scientific community, and his submissions were automatically rejected by leading journals.
Pause. You read that whole thing, and it just told you that his shit was rejected by the scientific community. And you didn't stop to think. He right here. He didn't stop to think.
His theories were that the ancestors of Native Americans had migrated by the straits from Asia to North America, and that America was populated by Black indigenous people at the time of European contact. Whenever they try to discredit people, that lets you know that they're onto something. They were trying to discredit him because he was one of the few white people who was telling, hey, these black people, this is their land. They're like, oh.
He didn't say that. What he said was the wild Negro-ish. The wild Negro tribes. And you just try to say they just try to discredit him because he said that. That's your fluff. That's your fluff. No evidence. That's your fluff. They had no reason to discredit him during that time period. They were colonizing or have already colonized America. Well over 100 and some years. It is officially their land at this point. Why would they try to go against him? He ain't making an argument that they built this country, that they did this, that, and the third. He ain't doing none of that. So why are you lying? You making up stuff. He was an autodidact who excelled in several fields: zoologist, botanist, writer, and polyglot. That's it. He was an enthusiast. He was an enthusiast. But he was also an outcast in the American scientific community because of his submissions were automatically rejected by leading journals. There's a reason for his submissions. The reason for his submissions is what Tariq does not know the person he's having a conversation with. So, because he didn't tell the person he was with, I brought up as an example one of the reasons why he was rejected, which was the Walloon Alum, which was a fake account about the Algonquin. That ain't the only one. His interpretation of these so-called Negro tribes, that is another one. Then there's others about other native tribes. He's giving the false equivalent accounts. That's why his shit's being rejected. But Tariq, you didn't want to tell this gentleman that. You said what you said, trying to dodge it. But continue.
Well, he's crazy. Get him out of here.
So these two guys are the only two people that recorded this.
No. I'm just slow walking. I can give dozens of people. Leo one.
I mean, I've never heard of this before.
Because you're not.
Why your mic mess up, Tariq? Why your mic mess up, Tariq? He did exactly what I've been saying they was gonna do. You heard him say Leo Wiener name. Listen to him. He said before his mic mess up.
You're not really looking for the information. Not Black Aboriginal people here. Sir, there's so many of them. And when the explorers came up, dozens of people. Leo one.
I mean,
told you. You heard him. Who? Who Tariq?
I've never heard of this before, bro.
Because you're not really looking for
these two guys are the only two people that recorded this.
No. I'm just slow walking. I can give dozens of people. Leo one.
I mean, I've never heard of this before, bro.
The worst thing he could have done was say Leo Wiener's name. Terrible. Terrible. But go ahead, Tariq.
Because you're not really looking for the information. I can go to different people. Leo Werner, another white man who wrote about all the Black Aboriginal people here. Sir,
no,
there's so many of them. And when the explorers came over here,
Ladies and gentlemen, Leo Weiner never wrote about the black Aboriginal people being over here. Leo Weiner was telling them that there was already black Aboriginal people being in the Americas. No, Leo Weiner was telling you that people came over here. Not that they was already here. Violet, what you talking about? Oh, okay. I think I understand what you were insinuating. But let's go.
They said they saw these people. They saw black Aboriginal people.
Leo Weiner never said that.
Over here that they saw in Ethiopia. That's what they called Africa at the time.
Nah.
But this is several people saying this, sir. This is not one or two people. So yeah, there were black Aboriginal people here on this land. So this is very well documented. And why wouldn't there be? Why would there be black Aboriginal people here? When you go all over the world and remote islands in the Pacific Islands and the Pacific Ocean, and there's these black tribes, these dark-skinned jet black tribes. You go to Fiji, jet black tribes. Tahiti, jet black tribes. The original Hawaiians, they were really jet black people. Why wouldn't there be this?
Because I want to know, like, why are none of these? You said the Mawisi or the what was it?
The who?
What tribe did you say on the East Coast?
Oh, the Yamasee. There was a tribe called the Yamasee tribe.
Yamasee.
Mm-hmm.
There's no black people in the Yamasee. There is that Dr. York made up Yamasee thing, and that dude pseudo. They're still carrying it on. Tariq lied this entire time. This was not no situation of where anyone was saying black people was over here like that. You got a few people in the late 1800s, early 1900s that made these assertions because there is a academic fight worldwide that transpires. He is repeating information from Hidden Colors. He had no evidence. He just keep on appealing to authority, name dropping. And some of these people that he's name dropping ain't even people that's credentialed that can substantiate what they trying to claim. So let's get into this. It says, Sertima's linguistic claims are based on scripts found on artifacts at La Venta and on, I believe, rocks in the Virgin Islands. He asserts they are African languages, and his assertions are incorrect. So I pulled this source up earlier, right? Before I broke to the video. And this is part of the conversation that we actually had. So when we talk about looking at artifacts and them possessing or having Negro features, whatever the hell that means, it's always the Olmec head that comes into play. But many people don't know about the Olmec heads. So, exhibited today with the halls of the courtyards of various Mexican museums, the colossal heads continue to present us with a powerful display of personhood. Many viewers have noted their sensitive naturalism, although they range from highly detailed, individualized portrayals to more generic appearances that at the times of eschew careful modeling for more abstracted features. Yet, even in the front of the most naturalistic carved heads, the viewer is unable to forget that these are megalithic stones. The features of the individuals are at times flattened and attenuated to conform to the sometimes irregular contours of the enormous boulder from which the head is carved. This might account for the helmet-like profile of the headdresses, which are unlike many headdresses found in other examples of old art that tower vertically above the heads of the wearers. As an example, see the headdresses of the figure of Levansa Stele, which was just mentioned in our chat.
Of the figure of Levansa.
My bad. Because of their relatively carving and tendency to treat each side of the stone as such separate from the rest of the monument, it has been noted that the Olmec technique of sculpting the heads is effectively relief sculptured in the round. Faces are always given the most attention by the artists, who have sculpted the curve of each of the soft cheek, their lip, and deeply furrowed nation without the use of metal tools. Every face is unique, yet all idealized according to the conventions of the Olmec art, shown youthful and without blemish. A secondary area for the detail of the headdress, each carved is a distinctive emblem. The sides of the head include ears, ear ornaments, and cheek flaps extending from the headdress were generally sculpted with less care and attention to detail, perhaps areas assigned to less skilled or experienced sculptors. The backs of the heads are the most variable, with some flat and others rounded. Some are minimal sculpted, with perhaps the more bearish raised edge indicating the rim of the headdress, while others carved with fringed feathers trailing down the back in an elegant relief. When we brought up the feathers the other day, this is why we were saying what we were saying. People was calling shit braids. No, feathers. Now I did leave you this article so you can get directly into it, but I just wanted to be a little bit more specific. Do I want to go? Yeah, I'm going here right now. So, these sources that I'm showing right now, this source that I'm showing right now, and then another one that comes behind it, I have already shown in a whole Olmec video that I did on this channel a long time ago. But I want to go back into that because it looks like I have to revisit this because of some of the confusion. I know. Can y'all not see my screen? Oh no. Stop sharing. I thought y'all could see my screen, bro. Y'all tripping, bro. Y'all ain't said nothing. So let me put this back on the screen. This is what I was just reading from. And then this is why I ended at. Fringed feathers trailing down the back in an elegant relief. Now I'm taking y'all here to this archaeological article that was published. And this is like that work. This is, and I'll show you the cover. But like I said before, this information I already shown in another build on the same channel a while back dealing with the Olmec heads. So, small lower relief face, the tres zapatos. Everybody should be familiar with this because this is the one that everybody used to say it's a Negro, it's a Negro, it's a Negro. The Olmec head is a Negro. So in a small museum at Santiago Tuxtlar in a disc-shaped stone, on the front of which is carved a low relief where a jaguar, although have no detailed notes of the measurements, it is possible to see them from the photograph that the face is square, the human eyes, and wear a jaguar mouth. The eyes have insist irises, and the mouth seems to lack the usual bifurcate fangs, and in fact has no fangs at all. On the right side of the piece is an apparent ear ornament, and on the left is an indistinct element of an unknown type. Feather-like tassels, perhaps a sort of headdress, appear both above and below the face. The piece is reported to have been found somewhere in the vicinity of Tres Zapotes, if I said it right. My point showing you this is these headgears, these pieces that we're seeing on these Olmecs, right, have this always some kind of resemblance of feather tassels or whatnot on those headpieces. And this goes from one headpiece to another headpiece to another headpiece. Now, I'm not gonna bore y'all with this because I done did this before on a whole nother show. But this is the book. Contributions of the University of California Archaeological Research Facility, number 19, January 1974, a stylistic and chronology study of the Olmec monumental sculptures. Contributions of the University of California Archaeological Research and everybody associated with it. So again, you're going to get into all of that work. I made it available. Now I'm going to go to the next archaeological book on the same shit. And this one's going to give you the opinions on racial affiliations of the colossal heads. The question of whether or not the Olmec heads represent Negroes and thus can be taken as evidence the existence of a prehistoric black race in North America has interest in commentators ever since Melgar first saw Pt.2 in 1862. That's why I went to the Pt.2, so now you know. Melgar devotes well over half of his original publications as proof of prehistoric North American Ethiopians. Furthermore, in the revised edition of his article, 1871, given in the English translation, the only changes apparent are slight expansions of the improvements of his Ethiopian data. So now you know the person, Melgar, who is responsible for self-proclaiming these Olmec heads to be Negro. All right, and you got the date. The practice of relating North America to the Old World through the analysis of Tresapitos I racial type has continued by Alfred Chevero, who postulates that the tertiary times all the continents were united and contained Negro inhabitants, who disappeared from many localities when the continents were later separated. This gentleman, Alfred Chevero, is referring to what phase and what time did all the continents, when all the continents were attached. Who knows the name? I'm going to give you a hint. It starts with a P. And it was well over 200 plus million years ago. Anybody know the name? Where are the smart people at? And let me continue while y'all drop that in the chat. Yeah, he was the first one. Even though you might have spelled it a little different. Now, Chevero feels that the Tresapitos colossus heads, whose type is clearly Ethiopian, serve as evidence for the presence of an early Negro population in Mexico. In addition to Chevero's work, the question of the Negro aspect of the heads is considered by W.D. Jeffries in his article entitled Pre-Columbian Negroes in America. Jeffries accepts the Negro appearance of the colossal head found in 1862 in the canton of Tuxtla as valuable circumstances of evidence for his theory that Arab sailors were indulging, listen to this, listen to the story, indulging in a Negro slave trade with the Indians of Mesoamerica prior to Columbus' voyages to the New World. So, Jeffries asserts that before the arrival of Columbus, Arab sailors was indulging in a Negro slave trade with Indians before Columbus arrives. So he's telling us that the Arabs was traveling across the Atlantic trading Negroes. So the Negroes that were here, according to Jeffries, were brought from Africa in an Arab trade with Indians. That's what he says. Finally, In 1962, a special correspondent of the newspaper Muhammad Speaks claims that LV1 was most definitely carved with a black man sitting as a model more than 1,300 years ago. This fact helps the correspondent to prove that black men were first on Earth and were busy creating civilizations that greeted the white man, who, last to descend from the apes, was spending all his time living in caves. I want y'all to digest what the hell that was just said. Went from one person calling these people's Ethiopians. You heard your boy say that real slick, like, you know, sticking to his pimping. Then you heard another person talking about Negroes was all over the place because all the continents was once united with one another. That's how Negroes moved around before they split, and then it's how you get Negroes all over the world. We all know that there was no Homo sapiens sapiens around when Pangea happened or occurred. There's no evidence of that. Why this would be a thing, I don't know. Then you heard a whole nother thought process that the Arabs had a transatlantic, not no trans-Saharan. They had a transatlantic slave trade with Indians. Let me go back so that you can understand the dates. All of this shit was occurring around 1862 in the 1800s. All of this. Not making it up. Melgar, 1862. 1862 to 71. Chavero, 1883. But Muhammad Speaks article drops in 1962. About 1862. The craziness. The craziness. But like I said, I did this before on the Olmecs, and we went and we dealt with the evidence according to the site locations. And I don't understand why people really think that them stones have anything to do with us, but they don't. And then I don't understand how people would confuse all of these things that are transpiring around this era to argue for our existence in the Americas. But not once do we talk about diseases, which would be, or DNA, which would be left here by those people that did come to this place or region, or who inspired or created all of that shit. Just DNA just helped clear a lot of the confusion up from the 1800s. Period. Let me get y'all back on to something real quick. Give me a second. Damn, I went too far. According to Chavero, they both was like, yeah, bro, they was getting it in. They had the trans-Saharan and the transatlantic popping. And that's crazy. Now, this information is actually published in an anthropological journal for everybody to read and see, cross-reference and check. So they're just letting you know where people's mindset was during this time period, arguing about the existence and who these heads are best representing. So I'm gonna go back to that anthropology work, just so y'all can see the beginning of the chapters. Colossal heads on page 21. Says the best known and perhaps the most impressive category of Olmec monumental sculpture is that of the colossal heads. These pieces are certainly the most intensively studied of the Olmec monuments. Having been subjected to considerable scholarly scrutiny since the discovery of the first such head in Pt.2. In 1967, the most detailed study of the heads up to that time presented by 4 Berkeley graduates, including the author, Clelo, Cohen, O'Connell, Benjamin. The study gave the history of the heads, provided detailed descriptions of the 12 heads that were then known, and presented a stylistic comparison of the pieces based on series of specific traits, such as ear ornaments, headdresses, chin straps, nasions, mouth and eye form, and head shape. All those Olmec heads had those same qualities in them, and people thinking it was hair when they were clearly wearing headdresses is crazy. Crazy work. Such a detailed element comparison proved to be a useful device for arriving at a stylistic grouping of the heads, a process made possible by the fact that all the heads were complete, even though defaced in some cases, and were all executed in a consistent manner at the same general category of element appearing, albeit in varied form, on each of the heads. This is a contradistinction to the other categories of Olmec monuments, which many of the pieces are broken or decoratively unique, allowing for no specific piece by piece comparison. Thus, the conclusion of the 67 study, quoting in detail. It is apparent that the 12 colossal heads may be grounded into several clusters and bases of number of combinations of elements. In the general, we might say that the TZ1 and the NS1 heads combine to form a distinct group. 6 San Lorenzo heads, while generally constituting a distinct unit, may be said to break down into subgroups SL346 and may be grouped together with the other numbers of shared element and with some regularity. These are 3 heads share traits with the head of Nespeti and Trapezopetos. SL1, 2, and 5, while all maintaining a certain statistical distinction of San Lorenzo heads, seem to group more, although somewhat randomly, with the La Venta, and less frequently with the Trapezopetos and the Stepi, and are opposed to more constant and less random clustering of the smaller San Lorenzo pieces. The 4 La Venta heads, while easily distinguishable as a separate group, seem also to be divisible into 2 subgroups, LV1, 4, 2, and 3. And this may be due in part to a heavy erosion of LV2 and 3, but as the table above indicate, it is also due to the number of empirically valid differences. So if you really want to get into them Olmec heads, they got the work right here. There go. But this is methodical, and it's 230 pages, and it may intimidate people who like the quick fix. This is not going to go the way you think it is, and this damn show ain't gonna prove no Africanness in any of that. This is gonna lay those arguments out as stated, and it's gonna continue to move forward from there. Most people don't even know which colossal heads that they are insinuating having certain said features, and they don't even know the locations of those. See, if you're a person like Vino who thought you was already hit, this, that, and the third, and then all the evidence goes against you, you're gonna come to a faulty conclusion. If you're gonna rely on a person who has no evidence, who said that he's comparing languages, and there's languages over here that ain't even been deciphered How the hell you come to that conclusion? So I don't want to be the dead horse. I just wanted to get into some stuff that we left out on the previous show. I know it's the holidays and y'all doing y'all thing with y'all family and all that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all might got ish going on out there in these streets. Baby Ghost. Homo sapiens are not 2.5 million years old, bro. You have to listen, bro. You have to listen. We're not talking about hominids, bro. We're not talking about hominids. Why would you say that? Chat. When ain't nobody talking about no, yeah, tripping. The colossal, listen. Dude can't be right because there's no human beings that look like us around when Pangea occurred. We ain't talking about hominids. Long as we straight. But yeah, that's an easy fix. You know, just got to go back and deal with that the way it need to be dealt with. But hold on, let me get back to let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Go back to your boy. That man said Nick Rafanique was comparing quote unquote languages. He said Negro languages. What the hell is the Negro language? If Rafanique is comparing languages as one of his methods of coming to a conclusion that these tribes were Negro, what is the Negro language? He told us to see his account on the black, and this is Rafanique. He said of the black nations of the ancient black nations of America. That's what he told us. He told us to do that, bro. And then we don't even get the information. I still can't get past the Negro language. What is that language? Since what you used, it's nowhere in his book. We get zero examples of what a Negro language would be. But we got Tariq Nasheed playing games, though. And that's why you know what I'm saying? That's why I have no problem sourcing up, because I'm gonna give y'all exactly what they saying. I want to show y'all something too. ain't see no footnotes. I mean, there was footnotes at the bottom. I'm capping, but I don't get no real sourced information. I don't even know what made Tariq use this dude as a precursor to his belief. When y'all open that link up on that book, man, and y'all look at that shit, y'all tell me what y'all think. All right, so let me do this. Cause I know Vino riding around and listening. Let me give y'all a little bit more time. Saying was in the building. She said what she said. So I hope you know what I'm saying. Oh yeah, shit. I'm doing that too. Real quick. Let me put this on the screen. I brought this up yesterday on the show as well, but he did show it for people that couldn't kind of access it. You should be able to access it. But this is the study on Lucia, which was also mentioned by Tariq, and that I mentioned yesterday. But more importantly, I like things like this because it gives you the map of how them people come into the Americas, and it talks about the Danzig 1, which would be associated with evidence that was used to map out the genome. And then it tells the story. You follow the science. Oh shit. Yeah. I did, but I can't find that video. I can't find this video. I can't find it. I know A1, A1 did it. I can't find the video. He said people was here riding around on Raptors. He said it. Maybe not coincidence got it clipped up. But one of them dudes said that they was riding around on dinosaurs and stuff. Which is crazy. That's crazy. Nah, y'all laughing. He said that shit for real. Man, y'all better be glad not a coincidence. I ain't even paying attention right now, bro. Because I know he got it. I know he got the clip. I was told about it. They literally said that they was riding around on dinosaurs. That's how long man been around. Man was here with the dinosaurs over here. Straight up. A1. A1 said it on a show. He did. He said it on the show. I presented enough evidence. I've been on for like an hour and 55. Really like 45. I was trying to see if anybody had the audacity to pull up and wanted to have a conversation regarding the information. Or if they FBA, they believe in that bullshit to be gone. Cut my camera off. Pull up. Don't get scared. Don't run. Man, I know people gonna ignore the hell out of this. And I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. But at least I put the truth on the screen. Man, I can't get into that. I ain't hear it. I ain't too up on it. I didn't hear it. I can't speak on it. I'll give y'all a little bit of more information on this though. The colossal heads in relation to the Olmec of perhaps the greatest interest to the student are those works which consider the problem of the colossal heads in relation to the Olmec tradition and its chronology. These studies take their impetus in large part from the late Mexican artist and historian Miguel Covarrubias. Fascinated by the Olmecs from the other sterling works, he wrote continuously about them and sought their artifacts for his private collection up to the time of his death in 1957. While most of Covarrubias' work is concerned with the larger problem of placing the Olmecs in a time and space and their position of Mesoamerican high culture, he did make some comments pertaining solely to the heads. He felt that the heads depicted fat, youthful personages with Negroid features wearing helmets rather like those for football, and that they were a product of the fluorescence of the Olmec culture, a culture which probably existed during the Middle Preclassic period. He felt that the fact that the heads were meant to be simply heads without bodies, and that the Levanta heads faced directly north-south might imply that they could have been astronomical sites or simply memorial monuments. Following Covarrubias, a whole series of works concerning the Olmecs was written, many of which discuss the colossal heads. Kubler made the first attempt to seriate the heads. He suggested that they were like ideal portraits, that they showed a clear development through possibly 3 generations of sculptures, that this development could be subdivided into 3 stages. First came round heads of grime aspect, which he gives the LV1 and TZ1. Next heads of the intermediate characterization by the parted lips in 2, 3, 4, 5 of LV and SL2. And finally, the latest long heads of majestic expression, which was SL 1, 3, 4, and 5. And it was Kubler's opinion that the heads must have been carved between 2 to 300 AD, since he claimed the early radiocarbon dates of Levanta do not accord with the sculptural evidence. For parallels with Mayan sculpture require terminal data, 300 AD, for Levanta carvings. However, Squire, in a reprisal of the Olmec chronology, implies a serration which opposes Kubler's, while noting that tenuous of the suggestions, Squire feels like the San Lorenzo may provide a bridge between the monumental art of Levanta and some of the monuments at the Tres of Peter's. Furthermore, since Squire believes in the Tres of Peter's head is the youngest and probably erected during the first phase of the Tres of Peter's sequence, a period which determined around 100 AD. He further implies that Kubla's chronology is short by at least 200 years. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. They don't want to deal with that. They like the belief. Said the Olmec heads walked on water. Shit, they're probably wrong with that. All day long. Peep this. Two works appeared in 63 make reference to the giant heads. Alfonso, Medellins, and Neil writing a section of the Olmec culture for the unpaginated catalog of the Houston Museum of the Fine Art. The Olmec culture-related art states that the heads have vigorous and precise Negroid physical features, and that they were probably carved during the Grand Horizon Classico, which he dates as the last in the 1st century BC until the 9th century AD. T. Smith, the main themes of the Olmec art tradition, writes a section on the stone heads that is, for the most part, a summary of how the heads relate to the Olmec style in general. She feels that although they are different from other Olmec art, they employ major features of the art style, and that these would seem to be clear affinity of the one head to another in a particular site, while other confusion. See, this is what I mean, like unbiased. When you do unbiased research, you just start pulling quotes from many different people on what they thought this shit was. And then before you give the evidence, you give the reader a clear understanding that this is an unbiased approach toward answering a research question, and then you drop it on them. You let everybody who said that the Olmec head was the Negroid, this Negroid, that, you let them speak. Let them speak. And then when you come with that primary evidence, you walk away. Bruh, that's all I live for. To walk away with the primary evidence. Pick your motherfucking face off the ground. Excuse my French, Spanish, and English. So I see we ain't got nobody bold enough, man. I want to come step correct. You know what I'm saying? That's cool. I understand that. Y'all got V-Note over there talking about he finna go to the lab and do a deep dive. I think somebody else live right now too. I don't know who that is, but it is what it is with that. This comment says some of the heads. Why this ain't approved in the chat though? Or did you delete it? Hold on, let me see this. I don't know why your comment ain't I'm gonna show it on the screen. What up, Callie? This comment ain't in the chat. I don't know why. But it says some of the heads and many terracottas have more clearly Asian Polynesian look. I don't see any objections when those observations are made only when the features are more typically Negroid. Yeah. The damn show ain't Negroid. We pulled up some people down in that region that looked just like the Olmec face. It was ugly. Man, reading just does so much more for you, especially when you're reading the right information. And there's still a whole other article that I can get into about the headdress. But I think I kind of did enough of that, letting y'all know that whole thing that's on their head is just pretty much a headdress. And a part of that headdress that y'all calling braids wasn't braids, it was feathers. Feathers was always emphasized in the headdresses of Mesoamericans. Certain feathers had deeper rooted meaning to them. It was about status in some instances. You know, as we had Thomas Oklahoma in the chat dropping the shit about the feathers as well. We ain't even got to go through all of that. We knew Top Cats was running around here with a fake feather headdress. Y'all don't want to talk about that. Y'all don't want to talk about that. What about this, though? What about Calvin? Not Callie in the chat. I said Calvin. Denzel Calvin Roberts. Y'all don't want to talk about Denzel Calvin Roberts. Why y'all don't want to talk about him? Otherwise known as Aboriginal power. Why y'all don't want to talk about that? Y'all say all that old other pseudo-ish, but don't none of y'all want to talk about Denzel Calvin Roberts. AP, you thought nobody was gonna know your government? You thought you were gonna get found out? Y'all want to talk about Calvin? When y'all see him in the street, don't call him Denzel, call him Calvin. Calvin Roberts out of Knox County. He thought he wasn't gonna get found out. He was running around here lying. Ain't nothing indigenous about you, Calvin. Your name ain't even indigenous. Denzel Roberts. You ran from that smoke too. And your people let you off the hook about that business. But not us. We ain't letting you off the hook about that business. You done got on the YouTube and created a whole new identity claiming to be Abo. Meanwhile, you got people, you know what I mean, faking the front. We ain't going, bro. I ain't going, bro. Top Kid is sure proud of his. Yeah, he is. Definitely. He said he bought a duster from Walmart and made it himself. What up, Chavis? You done playing Santa Claus? Chavis was Santa Claus, y'all. He slid down his chimney. What's wrong with the dog pound? Do your thing, man. I done dropped the link a couple of times, and I see, you know what I'm saying, them boys don't want nothing. They were listening, though. Finna try something real quick, y'all. Has there ever been an answer to the Gwinnett issue? No. From them? or from them, no, they have no answer to the Gwinnett. They don't even know what that is. And even though we've explained that the quote unquote gold spear tips that people love to mention when mentioning Turtle, and that whole claim is bogus, and that it was guanin, which could be found on the continent. They can't deal with that. Nah, they have no answer to guanin. They don't even know what guanin is. They don't. It's not really an issue. They don't know what it is. They think that the people that Columbus saw really had gold tip spears. They don't know that there was not no real spears, no gold tip spears, that they were guanin. Crazy. Can't even do that. Yeah. No. You find precious metals all over the earth. In some instances, some areas. In some areas, you can't find certain metals. So therefore, if you're looking for a specific, why you? This is what I don't understand. Like, bro, like people are finding diamonds in places that people normally wouldn't look for diamonds. People have found gold in places that people wouldn't normally look for gold. That's all I'm saying. I never heard of any indigenous American culture who made gold tip spear point. Me neither. The Inca made gold and bronze alloy axe blades for the emperor is all I can come up with. And that's all you gonna come up with, because that's all we got. Hold on 1 second, y'all. All right, so I dropped the link in the chat, man. Y'all, they don't come over here for a reason. They'll sit here long enough to act like they want to get something out of it, and then they run. You know what I mean? And we know Tariq, he ain't pulling up for sure, because he doesn't know who he's dealing with as it pertains to the information. All the other eyeballs, they're gonna live out their lie by refusing to acknowledge the information. You know what I'm saying? So even if you bring it to their attention, they definitely gonna dodge. There's only one or two eyeballs that really want to get the smoke. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's good with you?
Man, nothing much. So yeah, I came on to give some more clarity to the guanin thing, because remember that's one of advanced of my arguments.
Right.
So it's not
Yeah.
right. So when I asked you if if they found an answer to the Guanin thing, I was saying for the detractors of Sertima's argument. So Sertima's argument is that there was a report made by Bartholomew de las Casas, where he wrote in his journal that
That's where it come from.
where were they again? It wasn't a continental U.S. It was a
They were on the
Caribbean.
island.
It was Hispaniola. It was Hispaniola. It was
Yeah,
Hispaniola. So the natives there, which I guess would be Taino or whatever they are, apparently according to De La Casas, reported to Columbus that there were some black men who came from the south or somewhere and were trading in gold tip spears. So then apparently, as the story goes, Columbus had the spears sent back to Spain so they could see what it's composed of, right? So when they analyzed it, they saw that it was an alloy of metals. You know, alloys means a mix, so it's a mix of metals, right? So it was like 13 parts silver. Of course, I'm not saying the number. I don't know the composition off the top of my head. Just giving an example. So it'd be like 13 parts silver.
Yeah, I got the source.
10 parts gold. This part, right? And that specific combination of metals was only linked to some tribe or clan, I believe, in West Africa. In that very specific combination, it's not the fact that it's gold tipped or it's it's precious metal or what. Sertima's argument is the composition of the alloys is a specific signature of only this particular group in West Africa. So then the question would be, how would something that's a specific signature of a certain group in Africa be over here in the Americas? That's that. When I ask you the question, has science or whatever found an answer to that question? That's what I was asking.
Okay, well, yeah. Well, first of all, just based on the whole Gwinnett in itself and the study of it that was published, nah, that's just a claim made by Van Sertima that isn't supported by any evidence. There's no evidence of Van Sertima's claim as it pertains to this composition being found in West Africa.
Okay. Who did he because I heard you say that it was found on the continent a few minutes ago. Where were you referring to? You said guanin was found on that.
Yeah, in Hispaniola. It's all over Hispaniola.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Oh,
we have a upload on this particular channel regarding that.
So who was Go ahead.
Who was what?
No, I was gonna ask what group was Van Sertima claiming to have the guanin in West Africa? Do you know?
No, I don't recall. I don't recall a claim of a West African group having guanin. He was more steadfast with saying it. He's not using guanin at all. He's using gold spear tips. His assertion that there were gold spear tips that could be found in.
Yeah. Excuse me. Oh man. Sorry about that. I got a little sniffles, man.
Yeah, his argument is about gold spear tips.
that can be found by a tribe in West Africa. His argument is not about guanin.
All right, give me a second. I'm gonna go off for a bit. I'm gonna see if I could find specifically what Sertima's claim is. All right, give me like 60 seconds.
Callie, where you go? You came up and fell. But as stated, I already did something on the guanin. It's called The White Man's Grave and the Use of oh my bad, hold on. Let me get you. Nah, that's Quentin, that's something else. Let me get y'all the video. Shit, all you gotta do is scroll down the page. Not Quentin, that's different. Guanin, G. And I am the study. We showed the study too many times, but it's on there. It's on the live. Yeah. All right, hold on one second, y'all. Y'all can't see what I see, so let me quit laughing. Hold up. I'm finna put it on the screen. I had to send it to myself. I don't know what's up with this. I'm tripping. I've seen this before. All right, hold on one second. Many of y'all have seen this before. Y'all seen this before, right? But that's not it. It's more, but let me Brian do it up. All right. African guanins were alloys of gold containing copper for the sake of its odor. For it seems that the Negroes liked to smell their wealth. The guanins brought home by Columbus were assayed in Spain, found in and contain the ratio of alloys of African, Ghanaian, okay. And he, Columbus, yep, that's it. Oracle Part 1, Volume 1. So that's where that comes from.
Yeah, that's not from Van Sertima's book. The first one was from another author. I forgot to copy the author's name, and in the second one, I did copy the author's name. But he's building on that same foundation, on that same argument. So I'm basically trying to clarify Sertima's position. Whether or not he's correct, that's a whole other matter. But I think, in my opinion, from what I'm hearing from you, you seem to not have a clear idea of exactly what Van Sertima is claiming and what's his point when he mentions the guanin.
Yeah, when he says that they met people with gold-tipped spears on the island, right here, there wasn't gold-tipped spears; they were guanin, which can be found. These metals can be found all over this island, and this is why I'm showing what I'm showing on the screen, because they can be found all over the island. And I've showed this before, and this gives you the indication. As you can see on the island, this is not coming from somewhere. These are sites, and you see the circle with the line straight through. So like right here, then there's a place down here where you can see the guanin. And they didn't bring it here. It wasn't all, it wasn't something that they traveled with. These are places where it already can be found here. And this article provides that information right here. If you can
Okay.
see that.
No, I can see it, but I think I don't know if we have like a disconnect, but that doesn't counter the argument. That you get what I'm saying? Like, okay, it's there, but the claim is that. Let me read the two things that I sent you.
He said he claimed that he saw. And showed him his. Let me grab his book and I'll tell you. He claimed that he saw. He said that they claimed to see they saw people with gold spear tips. The gold spear tip is refuted because it wasn't gold tips. And I understand what you're saying. You're trying to say there were two people insinuating that this guanin, which is this admixture of metals, could also be found in Africa. He ain't even.
Right.
He's not even mentioning. He's not even mentioning Africa. He's saying who's and where.
So you're saying that in Van Sertima's book that he just mentioned gold tip spears and stopped right there.
No, I am saying to you, the claim is regarding gold tip spears. And the reason that he's saying that he said gold tip spears is because he claimed that the people came up there. Where my damn book is? Hold on. I get my book and read it to you, bro. Apparently. Oh, there you go.
I have the book too, man. I don't know what the hell I did with it though. Can't find it.
Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to see if I can get this model to get on this screen for y'all. Probably wrong. Let me get this. Yeah. All right.
We at least
So let me get past Albacari, the fake claim.
just go to the bibliography and look up guanin, because I'm sure he used the actual word in the book itself from my memory. So, or maybe you could look up gold tip spears in the bibliography or in the index. I mean, not the bibliography.
I'm already in there.
You went to the index?
He ain't got guanin in here at all.
Where in the index?
Yeah, that's why that's the first place I went. Was the index.
Okay. Does it say gold tip spears or anything like that?
You gotta. I don't know what version of the book you get.
I can't find it, so I don't know. I can't find it. I don't know where the hell. Oh, hey, shit, is this it? Oh, yeah, I got it. Hold on. What version is this? Reprinted by permission. What version is this?
Small Arabs, fake Abakari stories on 44, 46, 45. Gold trade 47. That's the Arab gold trade. 60. 60 is the Egyptians.
Well, in my book in the index, it does mention the guanin trade on pages 11 to 12 and 13. So I don't know, maybe I have a different version than yours.
46.
Did you hear me?
In the index on what?
In the index in the version of the book that I have, it mentions a specific word. It says guanin trade, and it's on pages 11 to 12. GUA.
Spell the word.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's GUA. Then there's a dash, NIN, and then it says trade. And then it says pages 11 to 12, comma 13.
13, 14, and 15.
Okay, it's 13, 14, and 15 in your book?
It's under a whole nother, it's under a whole nother word. It says the origin of the word be tracked down in the Mandi languages of West Africa through the Mandingo, Kambango, Toronko, the Kankara, the Bambara, the Mandi, and the V. In the V, we have the form of the word Kani, which translated into native phonetics gives us guanin. All right, okay. And then in Columbus Journal, gold is given as koana, while the guanin is recorded as the island where there is much gold. Fray Bartholomew de las Casas, the Spanish scholar who traveled to Columbus and who was often appalled by the linguistic blunders, even in Castile Spanish, wrote in the margin of the journal correcting Columbus. This guanin is no island, but that gold, which according to the Indians has an odor for which they valued it much. Similarly, in Raccolta, the Italian account of the voyage, one reads, there were pieces of guanin as large as the caravel's poop. The African spears presented by the Española Indians, which corroborated Don Juan's statement with the Ghanaian boats, were just one in a number of new factors. Guinea boats, were just one in the many number of new factors pushing Columbus toward exploration of the routes of Guinea. His brother Bartholomew arrived in the Española in the common caravans on June the 24th, 1494. Rewind. The origin of the word guanin may be tracked down in the Mandi languages. That's a claim of
that's
West
a separate
Africa.
claim. Let's just go one by one if we could, because that's a linguistic claim. I think that's a little separate. But I do want you, if I can get an admission by you that, in the sake of being fair, just to see if you're a fair person, that Van Sertima didn't just mention gold spears; he specifically mentioned guanin. Can we at least agree on that point?
One more
before we
time.
go forward?
One more time.
No, because previously you had made the argument that he didn't mention Guanin at all.
One more time.
Mm-hmm.
The origin of the word Guanin may be tracked down in the Mandi languages of West Africa through the Mandingo, the Kabunga, the Taronka, the Kenka, the Banbara, the Mandi, and the V. In the V, we have the form of the word Kani, which transliterated into native phonetics would give us Guanin. We don't have evidence for that. There's no citation. In Columbus's journal, gold is given as Kor-Na, while Guanin is recorded as an island where there is much gold. So he writes in Columbus' journal, gold is given as Kor-Na, while Guanin is recorded as an island where there is much gold. And he continued, Fray Bartholomew de las Casas, the Spanish scholar who traveled with Columbus and who was often appalled by linguistic blunders, even in the use of Castilian Spanish, wrote in the margin of the journal, de las Casas claiming to correcting Columbus, this Guanin is no island, but that gold, which according to the Indians had an odor for which they valued it much. But then he goes on and says, the African spears presented by the Espanola Indians, which corroborated Don Juan's statement about Guinea boats, were just one in a number of new factors pushing Columbus toward an exploration of the route of Guinea. What I am saying to you in his assertion that these spears that he is claiming to be of African origin are not of African origin. They are Guanin.
They're native, is what you're saying.
Are Guanin that are native to the island of Hispaniola is what they called it at that time. That is the only assertion regarding spear tips that I speak of.
Okay. I mean, you still didn't answer my question though. I mean, I was having as an aside, you know, just trying to
I know
see
it's that's why I ain't entertaining nothing he said.
Yeah, you don't have to end it, but you know, if we're gonna engage in a discourse,
we ain't engaging in no discourse. He was incorrect about the spear tips being African origin. That's the claim. That's been the conversation. Whether he says Guanin or not is two separate things. Because the same text that I just reread to you for the third time, he tells you in his text on page 13 of his book, the origin of the word Guanin may be tracked down in African languages. And then he names the African languages. And then he gives this transliterated native phonetics of Guanin, meaning that a place where gold is. And then De La Casas comes back and says what De La Casas says. But the point is, what he says beyond that is that there were African spears presented to the Espanola Indians.
Okay.
They were presented by the Espanola Indians. Those are not African spear tips presented by the Espanola Indians. We're staying on the simple fact that they are Guanin. They are that. They have been that. There was an interpretation, and that was incorrect. Not only that, played linguistic judo, which is what you ran from earlier. You didn't want to have that conversation of, which goes from that. But prior to the paragraph that I read to you in that regard, he says clearly, which goes back to your point, right? Because this is where we find a subheading on 36 in footnote 36 of his book in my other book. So I got two of his books. The other book says, while in Espanola, however, something happened confirmed and complimented that Don Juan had said. The Indians gave proof that they were trading with black people. This is what he said. They brought to the Spaniards concrete evidence of this trade. The Indians of this Española said there had come to an Española of black people who have the tops of their spears made of metal, which they call guanin, of which Columbus had sent samples to the sovereigns to them have them assayed. What you just basically said, the other person said, which is from the footnote, when it was found that of 32 parts, 18 were gold, 6 of silver, 8 were copper. That goes back to your first footnote that you refer to.
Yeah, that's Rocolta.
Right, the first footnote. And then he goes on right on into that explanation, and I'm standing on the business only. Only that these spear tips that were presented by Española Indians were of African origin. And back to the point that I just made about this fucking trade with Africans. Well, quote, not African, my apologies, not Africans. This trade of black people. Indians gave proof that they were trading with black people. Where's that proof? We still ain't got the proof. We years removed from his textbook and we ain't found proof. Now, I don't attack him on his claims because we all know that he's using other people's work. That's why we can go into his book, as I told everybody else, and find who is his source for X, Y, and Z. And we're going to find Leo Wiener and several other pseudo-judos all over the text, which lays rest to some of his other claims. And then the Al-Bukhari story, which is another assertion. That's why.
Yeah, but I wanted to have, I mean, if you would, I wanted to have a, just a discussion just strictly on this point.
There's no conversation to be had on this point. He said that these people presented African spears and that they were trading with black people before Columbus. There's no evidence of that.
I see the African spears presented by the Hispaniola Indians, which corroborated Don Juan's statement about the Guinea boats. Where's the trading part with the Africans? I don't see that in the book.
There's no boats. There's no Guinea boats. Where are Guinea boats at?
Well, he said that's according to Don Juan's statement. Who's Don Juan?
Right, another assertion. So now we got to go find Don Juan. That's the problem with one assertion after another assertion after another assertion. He said, and I just told you on 13, if you're according even what Don Juan said, just right there. I'm gonna read it one more time. The Indians gave proof that they were trading with black people. They brought to the Spanish country evidence of this trade.
Where are you reading from? I don't see that.
I'm on 13, bro.
Okay, hold on.
Second paragraph.
His letter ends with a strange writer.
Do you see where it says the building of the new city of Isabel? Do you see that?
New city of Isabel. I don't see. Remember, I think I have a little bit different version because on the other.
Okay, so look for the building a new city of Isabella, the struggle to subdue and convert the natives of the Caribbean who had massacred the first settlements of Spaniards and demolished their fort, occupied most of Columbus' time until he returned from his second voyage in 1496. While in Española, however, something happened that confirmed and complemented what Don Juan had said. The Indians gave proof that they were trading with black people. They brought to the Spanish concrete evidence of this trade. The Indians of Española said there had come to Española a black people who have the tops of their spears made of the metal, which they called
that's from De la Casas's account, right? All of those words are from De la Casas? Because I know the black people with the gold tip spears, that's from De la Casas. Was the words you read previously about the trading and all that? Was that also De la Casas's words?
Go, just hear me out, so you will know. Because
this is what's
Okay.
being said. He doesn't mention De La Casas yet. De La Casas is not mentioned in any of this. What I just said, only Don Juan. Don Juan is the only person mentioned. And then that's when they give the account of your first footnote, where you get into the 18 gold, 6 silver, 8 copper. And then after that being said, footnote 36, he goes on, he being Van Sertima says, after that quote, Van Sertima says, because ladies and gentlemen, what I just read is a quote. So now Van Sertima follows the quote, his words, and says, the origin of the word Guanin may be tracked down in the Mandi languages of West Africa through Mandingo, Kamunga, Taranka, Kankanka, Banbara, Mandi, and Vai. In Vai, we have the form of the word Kani, which transliterated into the native phonetics word give us Guanin. In Columbus Journal, gold is given as Koana, while Guanin is recorded as an island where there is much gold. Now it says, Fray Bartholomew de las Casas, the Spanish scholar who traveled with Columbus and who was often appalled by his linguistic blunders, even in his use of the Castilian Spanish, wrote in the margin of the journal correcting Columbus, this Guanin is no island, but that gold, which according to the Indians had an odor for which they valued it much. Similarly, in the recalls of the Italian account of the voyages, one reads, there were pieces of Guanin as large as the caravel's poop. The African spears presented by the now, this is not a quote. This is, again, our dear brother, Elder Late. He says, the African spears presented by Espanola Indians, which corroborated Don Juan's statement about the Guinea boats, were just one of the number of factors pushing Columbus toward exploration of the route from Guinea. His brother, Bartholomew, arrived in Espanola in command of the 3 caravels on June the 24th in 1494.
Why is he calling them African spears, you think? Just because the account says that it's a black people?
Why is he calling
why is
them?
Van Serta? Yeah, why is he referring to? Why is he calling them African?
You asking me why?
In your opinion, why do you think he's calling it African spears?
What's the title of his book?
No, I'm saying, what is he leaning on to, or what is he, so you're saying that's just an arbitrary statement on his part? He's not.
The title of his book, they came before Columbus, African presence in ancient America. This would be, if they were trading with black people, this is an African presence in ancient America.
We get that, but what evidence is he using to say that that those specific spears are African?
Bro, he ain't sourced it up. There's no source. That's why when people bring up the gold tip spear shit, I always state back to the one point. I only deal with the gold tip spears, al-Bukhari story, and then everything else we can argue through science. His linguistic work is faulty. We got a community page about a lot of the blunders in there. It's not just that. I'm not even going to solely put all of that on him. I'm going to say according to some shit that he had at his disposal during that time, which he couldn't corroborate or substantiate because he just didn't have the data or the resources to be able to substantiate a lot of this shit on his own merit to see if they were in fact true. Because a lot of times there was a bunch of deceiving. Leo Weiner is heavily in this book. Why would he rely on Weiner, who is relying on a mythological story, which is deferring us to some other bull junk that ain't got nothing to do with nothing?
I think Weiner is in those instances, he's comparing mythos to mythos. So similarity in mythos. You get it?
No.
So, for instance, I'm trying to remember. I don't know. To use an example something, for example, to use an Egyptian example, you could let me know if I'm wrong here.
I ain't
But
gonna argue with you.
no, I'm making an analogy, and I'm asking you to help me
Yeah.
out.
Go ahead.
All right. So, from what I gather, right, a tomb. Do they worship? There is a tomb worship in Nubia also, right? Like below the first cataract, there's a tomb worship similar to what they have in.
Just use Ra.
In
Easiest way. Just use Ra. Just say Ra, the sun.
Okay, so Ra is the sun god, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and a tomb is the Nubian version of Ra, is what I'm gathering.
No.
Is that
I'm
right,
just
or?
saying. Okay, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to equate that there's a origin story that has similarities to another story.
No. I'm simply making the point that because a while ago you said that Leo Wiener talking about mythos and all that doesn't make any sense. But the argument that Van Sertima is making isn't necessarily about the mythos itself, but rather the similarity between the mythos of those separate cultures. Do you get what I'm saying?
No,
I'm trying to,
because what
because
I'm
I don't think you're
what I'm
like
trying
I don't.
to Haskell, what I'm going to say to you is simply this. Van Sertima, in his text, they came before Columbus, is arguing an African presence before Columbus. And in that, when he brings up al-Bukhari, the story of al-Bukhari, which is told in Egypt, that whole shipwreck story does not have origins in West Africa at all. That story that is implied by Leo Wiener is of a shipwreck story in North Africa, has nothing to do with maritime travel to a new world or a place. So the al-Bukhari story that Van Sertima is using or asserting in his text is illegitimate on several grounds based on internal sources, which never speak of a maritime travel to a new place or even traveling via boats and ships to anywhere and then coming back and then going all the way out there. None of that is mentioned. That's why I'm not trying to put it on this. I'm trying to put it on.
You're saying that's not attested in West African sources?
No, by no internal source in West Africa at all. And then what I double down on is on page 15 of the book that I got, because you got a different version. This is my point of what we just read from him earlier, and then going back to what Van Sertima says now. He says, thus the scene was set for exploration of the route the African mariners had taken to the New World. This is a claim. What is he referring to? Well, we just talked about them trading, and then Don Juan being back in Spain, dealing with the Spanish, and they got these people over there, and these Indians are supposed to be corroborating the story of how they traded with black people, this, that, and the third. And all of this was to get to a point of a way to travel to take your route to the Americas. So they are saying to substantiate. So they said when this said exploration for the second time, not the first travels, the second travels, it says the scene was set for exploration of the route the African mariners had taken to the New World. Columbus sailed with 6 ships on May 30th, 1498. He issued instructions to the 3 of them to proceed to Hispaniola directly, while he ordered the course and laid the way to the southwest, which is the route leading from these islands to the south, because then
he would be on a parallel with the lands of Sierra Leone or Sierra Leone and the Cape of Santa Ana in Guinea. This is the problem again with the text. It's not necessarily what's being written here, it's what we can substantiate. So now if we go look at the travels and the route that Columbus takes, is Columbus' primary sources in his documented cases. He's breaking up real bad with an impact. Is he going to say in his writings, in Columbus's writings on his second voyage, when we pull up the primary, that he took the route that connects to the Americas on the second trip? It's not going to say that. So why the fuck is he saying that? Haskell, you're I think you're all the way out, bro.
No, you can hear.
You got like bad feedback.
I do. I got headphones on. I shouldn't. You
Nah,
still
like
hearing
you
the feedback?
Static. Yeah, it's like static. It's like it's what we hearing on our end.
Oh, you know what? I think I know what it is. Hold on. Hold on. All right, it's gone now?
No.
Damn, what the fuck?
But hold on, let me read out this part so people can understand what I'm talking about. I'm gonna mute you real quick, Haskell, and then I'm gonna just 1 second. So it says the scene was set for exploration on the route African mariners had taken to the New World. But where's the evidence for that? Columbus sailed with 6 ships on May the 30th, 1498. He issued instructions to 3 of them to proceed to Hispaniola directly, while he ordered the course of the lay to the way of the southwest, which is the route leading from these islands to the south, because then he would be on a parallel with the lands of Sierra Leone and the Cape of Santa Ana in Guinea, which is below the equatorial line. And after that, he would navigate to the west, and from there he would go to this Hispaniola, in which route he would prove the theory of King Don Juan, and that he thought to investigate the report of the Indians of this Hispaniola, who said that there had come to Hispaniola from the south and the southeast a black people who have the tops of their spears made of metal, which they call guanan. The journey by the route proved to be swift and the seas calm, but it suited the Africans far more than the Europeans, who could not bear the sun burning down upon the wild floating grasses of the sea and the intensity as upon the grasses of the West African savanna lands. The heat tormented them almost madness as they advanced through the Saragossa Sea. So ardent it was, so penetrating, that Columbus feared the ships would take fire. The butts of wine and water swelled, breaking the hopes of the cask, and the wheat burned like fire, and the pork salted, the meat and roasted, petrified. Fortunately, the rains came within, which, according to Columbus, none of them, unaccustomed as they were to such burning latitudes, would have escaped alive. Columbus ended up on a branch of North Equatorial Current, which took him initially to the Caribbean island with 3 great rocks, which made him think the Holy Trinity. He named this island Trinidad. A little more to the south, however, he did come into sight with a South American mainland. Columbus, for some odd reason, would not land. On his 3rd voyage, he came upon more evidence of the contact between Guinea and the New World. From a settlement along the South American coast on which his men landed on Tuesday, August 7th, the native brought handkerchiefs of cotton, very symmetrical, woven and working colors in those brights from Guinea, from the rivers of Sierra Leone, and no difference. Not only were they like a style of color, but also in function. These handkerchiefs, he said, resembled almanzars, Guinea headdresses, and loincloths. Each one is a cloth so woven in colors that it appeared as almanzar, which one tied on the head and the other covering the wrist. These were the earliest documented traces of the African presence. Within the first and second decades of the so-called discovery, African settlements and artifacts were to be cited by the Spanish. No Spanish has written shit about none of this. When they were not reported as the mere asides, they were ignored and suppressed. But the history is not easily buried. In the oral traditions of the Native Americans and the Guinea Africans, in footnotes of the Spanish and Portuguese documents, part of the story lies. Another part lies in the embalmed under the American and African earth. As this earth is now being lifted by archaeological picks and trials, and no skeleton emerges, the history of the adjacent worlds. Now he says, notes and references. For the evidence of this chapter, the author this is someone else writing. This isn't Vince Erdeman. But I think this is the latest edition that was updated, so it could be. It says, for the evidence in this chapter, the author draws to the reader's attention a 2,114-page study published in 1903. His interpretation, however, of the events documented in this study is original. John Boyd Thatcher, in his 3-volume work on Christopher Columbus, his life writing voyages, examines all the original documents known and available in half a dozen languages. Although this work, the labor of a lifetime, is inspired by a blind adulation of Columbus, by a vision of the admiral's saintly character and motives, no other work on the man, of which there are many, can match it for its encyclopedic scope and detail. In the footnotes, however, which seem like another book compulsively written itself, we begin to see the night side of the half-hidden face of history. There emerges from under all the contradictions and cross-references, the sentences deliberately doctored or deleted in the conventional histories, the little-known deeds and the statements of the admiral so nimbly glossed over, an illuminating pattern of the consistency through which we glisp another image of the man and his time than the one his biographer strives to create. Then he goes on a list. John Boyd Thatcher, Christopher Columbus, life and his works, and we actually got that on another show. Then a whole other bunch of shit that's being referred to in the notes. That ends chapter 1, because in his other book, he ain't got none of this shit in here. Then he goes on to, I'm gonna just stop right there. That's ending chapter 1. The problem now that we have, okay, is we're relying on somebody named Don Juan, who we don't get the evidence of. We're relying on some so-called Indians that are now in Spain that are talking about they have been trading with black people. Then we're talking about some quote-unquote black people coming from the South, which is a whole nother person's claim. That's not De La Casa. There's other people that are making claims of that. This goes back to conversations that we already had with V-Note when he bring up his 3 blind mice. And we have to correct him on that. But Van Sertima, and this is where people get his argument confused, he's not saying that black people have always been in the Americas. His argument has always been African presence in the Americas, meaning that Africans were traveling here and trading with these people for a long time. That's his argument. People have misrepresented his argument. That's why I don't get into the misrepresentation of his argument. I get into the detailed arguments in which we have the evidence for. And what stands out in those various claims that are specific to what we can research, confirm, and get the fuck out of here. I ain't trying to have no conversation about nothing else. I don't care nothing about one. I don't care nothing about none of that. The point is, the spiritists he claimed were from Africa in horse race.
All right, I could go. Hello?
You still sound bad, man. You might want to go out and come back.
You can hear me though, right? No.
We hear you, but you got like this whole crackling and pop thing going on.
All right, let me go out.
We hear bad. It ain't no conversation to be had, man. Like I don't give a fuck about you trying to defend this dude. You don't even know what you're defending. You gonna defend? Now we defending somebody who said that that the Indians was trading with black people. It gets worse. You still sound like you still got the feedback.
All right, how it sound now?
You breaking up? You got a microphone you using?
Yeah, I just took it out though. See if that will make a difference.
You got headset on?
Yeah, I'm saying I had a headset. I unplugged the headset to see if that would make a difference, but you saying I'm breaking up now.
Nah, you clear now.
I'm good now?
Hold up. Keep talking.
All right, so I wanted to go to that first that first source I had sent you in the chat, right?
Yeah.
Where it says African guanines. So that's actually, those weren't Van Sertima's words. That's from, I'm guessing, an author. His name is Frederick Pohl, P-O-H-L. I put it in the back chat. It says Frederick Pohl, Amerigo Vespucci Pilot Major. So I'm guessing that's some sort of text. So it says African guanines were alloys of gold containing copper for the sake of its odor, for it seems that the Negroes like to smell their wealth. The guanines brought home by Columbus were assayed in Spain and were found to contain the same ratio of alloy as those in African Guinea. So my argument is that that's the basis of Van Sertima's claim, even if you don't necessarily find that explicitly in the text. It's saying that, according to Frederick Pohl, 18 parts gold, 6 silver, and 8 copper. That specific signature is found in Guinea, according to Frederick Pohl.
Okay.
I'm saying that is the heart of the argument. You get what I'm saying?
That's the no. I heard what you said. I heard what you said, and I don't even give a damn about what he's saying. What I'm saying to you is that he can say I don't know. But guess what I have? I have that same guanine, that same metal, this indigenous to this island, and we call Hispaniola, and it's found in various places on the island.
It can't be indigenous if it's an alloy. If it's an alloy, that means a human being composed that alloy. You understand that? It doesn't. It's not. You don't find guanine.
Have you read this? Have you read this? Have you read this?
Have I read what?
This right here.
So you're saying that it naturally occurs?
No, listen.
18 parts gold. Let me ask you a question. I just want to get clarity on what you're saying. When you say it's indigenous, are you saying that on the island it is found naturally occurring an alloyed metal, right? That is 18 parts gold, 6 parts silver, and 8 parts copper. You could just say yes or no. I'm just trying to get clarity so I can understand if when you say indigenous, if that's what you're claiming.
Okay. Have you read this? And then I'm going to answer your question.
I have not.
Okay. All right. Now, I would highly recommend, if you can even follow this, that you read this, because it deals with these metals and it is specific. Metals held important symbolic political values for the indigenous community of the Caribbean islands. However, metal objects are not abundant in indigenous archaeological sites, and their study has hitherto been very limited. This paper presents the results of the first analytical program focused on metal artifacts recovered in the range of the Taino sites in Cuba, the chronological covering of the period before and after contact with Columbus. So my point is this whole guanin that we are speaking of, pre-Columbus, is on the islands in two separate places.
Right,
Before
but
Columbus,
the question is what's it doing in Guinea?
I ain't done. Can you find gold? Can you find gold in America?
Yes.
Can you find gold in India?
100%. I believe.
Can
I
you
don't
find?
know. But yeah, for the sake of argument, yes.
Right. My point is, we can find precious metals all over the world.
No, but again,
Not.
Sean,
Hold on. Let me
I don't know
finish.
how many. I don't know if we speak in different languages. Again, Sean, hear me out. The argument isn't about if you can.
I'm trying to tell you that guanin is found on this continent, on the continent that I'm referring to as Hispaniola, pre-Columbus.
We both get that part, Sean. We're both in agreement on that part of it, right? The question is,
I don't care about it being found in Africa.
That's the whole point of why I call, and that's the point I was making.
No, it's not. You're trying to make a false argument, bro. Just because you find, bro, if I find circumcision in Israel and I find circumcision in goddamn among the Igbo in Nigeria, that don't mean that those two people met at some point and exchanged cultural ideas. It just means naturally these things transpire.
Sure.
However, them and that. My point in this is saying this whole thing about these spears. These people didn't need to go to no goddamn Africa to make spears. They were already hunting and fishing and doing their own damn thing well before Columbus ever encountered. These people don't even internally. These people never wrote about encountering or talked about encountering freaking blacks.
Well, we don't have any writings of theirs, Sean. So I don't know what you're.
We don't need, bro. We don't need writings. We don't need writings.
You mentioned them not having any writings, not me.
Yeah, I'm not finished to my point of that. We don't have any evidence, no archaeological records rendering a presence. There's no genetic records rendering presence, no anthropological evidence at all of existence of that transpiring. We have no trade, bro. This book that we just read from says there was a trade with black people. Where is the what were you trading? What was showing up from these Indians in West Africa? Because he specifically mentioned Sierra Leone. So what was unique that made it back to Sierra Leone, where these Africans, quote unquote, blacks that came from Africa with the Indians, where the reverse of that? You mean to tell me that they came all the way from Africa with some guanin, dropped it off in these islands, and then they didn't take shit back? They said it was a trade.
Right.
So where are the products and goods and services coming from the new world back to the old world before Columbus? We have no existence. And then here is the spear. Here's the spear. And then I need to move on. Here's the spear. How the fuck would the Indians survive old world diseases that they never encountered from black people that's coming over here?
Yeah, you're throwing a lot of things at once. I'm trying to have the discussion more streamlined.
We ain't having no discussion. We ain't having no discussion. We ain't having no discussion. I'm done talking to you. You just got a fucked up. You got some fucked up shit going on, Askip. I ain't dealing with none of that. I ain't got time for none of that. Cause you gonna keep me talking the whole time. I ain't got time for none of that, bro. You sit here and propose what you propose, like you've been proposing on other people's channel. I ain't got time for that, bro. We read the paragraphs from the book specifically. The man said in his own book that black people came before Columbus and traded with the Indians. What products did the Indians trade with the Africans that are from Sierra Leone? We don't have an answer to that. We have no one during the time of Sierra Leone saying any shit. We don't have no Indians at the time saying any of this. They don't have to write the shit down. There are no griots telling these stories among the people in Sierra Leone, among the goddamn natives. They ain't having this conversation with people that they've been knowing, bro. They never had that. That's why I don't feel like talking about this shit. Because there's no evidence. The man said black people traded with the Indians. Then he kept talking about these spears, and everybody held on to the goddamn spears because he put African spears. He has no evidence of that. I am basically saying the metal that is found on the island of Hispaniola in two places that are distinctively miles apart from one another. This precious metal, which is a mixture of said metal, is found on the island. So when they saw them, they saw what they thought was X, Y, and Z, so somebody took it and ran with it. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. My point is, we know that Guanin is on the island and it is Columbus. We know that there was no black people trading with fucking Indians. We know this because, goddamn, if they encounter the same way they encountered white people, the European is the same way they would have encountered the African. They would have they got to figure out who each other is. And at the same time, while you figuring that shit out, you got Africans bringing old world diseases in exchange with new world diseases to the Africans. And the Africans ain't going back to Africa with new world diseases. And the old world diseases ain't in the Americas pre-Columbus. The conversation is over at that very mere point, nigga, when I start talking, where's these diseases coming and going from? We're going to exchange pathogens. These two pathogens are going to cross paths. We don't have the disease factor there. We don't have the DNA evidence there. We don't have the oral traditions there. We don't have the archaeological record there. We ain't got shit. Because they, like he said, Room for Debate said in the chat, they have not met yet. So when Dr. Van Sertima says that black people was trading with Indians, that's wrong. When he said that these were African spears, he was wrong. When he started talking that linguistic pseudo-judo shit, he was wrong. He had nothing to substantiate such a claim. There's no one in West Africa in the 13th century writing about internally or externally internally talking about motherfuckers leaving the coast of West Africa, traveling to the Americas and trading with Indians. No one. Everywhere Africans went, they carried with them people to document the shit that they did. And I'm talking about the wholesome of Africa, the Egyptians, the Yoruba, the Igbo, the Fulani, all them griots up and down from Senegal, the Gambia, the Akan. They all had griots. Ain't none of them telling us these stories. None of them have these stories. So you mean to tell me that they can carry a story from the 13th century about Mansa fucking Musa all the way into the 21st century, but we can't carry no other stories regarding everybody else? Hell, they got a goddamn story about Askia the Great. I call him the Great. Muhammad. They got stories about Askia Muhammad. They got stories about Sanjara. Everybody knows the Epic of Sanjara, right? Huh? Who is the founder of this shit that's going down over there in West Africa in old Mali? They got stories about him. They ain't even got stories on Mansa Musa like that, about Mansa Musa among the Malian Empire. But they got him about the motherfucker who put it down the most. So ain't none of them. Van Sertima didn't get no internal sources from West Africa to substantiate any of them leaving and going to go trade. We got exchanges between Diop and Van Sertima, but the exchanges between Diop and Van Sertima ain't talking about nobody in West Africa saying that they did this, that, and the third. The conversations is, when we do have those, is the mere factor that Diop is having an argument with white academia about fucking Egypt. And he's telling Van Sertima what he's finding. And Van Sertima is telling him what he's turning up. But shit Van Sertima's turning up is coming from goddamn Leo Wiener. That's why, Haskell, I don't want to keep going in circles about this shit because you're going to keep on taking me in circles. So I just kicked you off because I don't want to keep going in circles, bro. I don't want to keep going in circles. The only thing that you could bring out of this conversation is the mere fact that Van Sertima never argued about black people always being in the Americas. That's where the Abo got the shit wrong. The Abo literally thinks Van Sertima is arguing for their presence in the Americas. And he's not. Van Sertima's got flaws all throughout this book because Van Sertima's sources were illegitimate. And where he made claims, he fucked up. Even in chapter 4, he says, Alvisa da Catamosto stood on top of a poop deck, looking out in the fair blue banks of Gambia. As his caravel sailed into the river, the Gambia was broad and bright at its mouth, streaming silently back into the Atlantic, whence they had come. The Portuguese pilot felt his pulse quicken as he saw the jungled banks fade into the mist of a distant range of mountains. He liked to think of himself as a pioneer, although unknown to him, Phoenician sailors had circled Africa since 1600 BC. Hanno, a century later, had taken Carthaginians beyond the Gambia, even as far as Sherbro Sound of the Bight of Benin. Farther up the Gambia, they dropped anchor and lowered rowing boats. What the fuck does that have to do with crossing the sea? He's talking about white people in Africa. Looking at Africa, observing Africa, and all of the likes. These white people are saying that these same goddamn people was already in the Americas. Peep this. Let me calm down. He uses Balboa, which we've been arguing up and down with V-Note about Balboa. From such a point, though, at much lower altitude with only a fraction of range of binocular vision of the Condor, the Spanish explorer Vasco Núñez de Balboa stood on the summit of the Sierra de Cuenca, looking down upon the Mar del Sur, or the Sea of the South, far below him. And he goes on to talk about all this other shit that is irrelevant. Gold, gold, gold into the greedy expand ears of the Spaniards. This misinterpretation about, us getting caught up in guana, man, that's irrelevant, bro. Because my whole point about the guana is the fact that the tips those spear tips that he seen with them Indians having were guanin. Now you trying to place guanin over there in Africa, right? With the so-called other people saying that guanin can also be found in yada yada yada. But you got to show me a trade. That's what I want to see. I don't want to keep on speculating about what the hell, why he said this, that, and the third, man. Van Sertima fucked up, bro. That's it. People fuck up, man. John Henry Clark wrote a foreword for a whole goddamn pseudo book. I'm going to say it one more time. John Henry Clark wrote a whole foreword for a pseudo book. The Iceman Inheritance is a pseudo book. And I bought the book because John Henry Clark wrote the foreword, read the book, and then I threw the book back in my bookshelf. Because he used John Henry Clark. Schomburg, Arturo Schomburg. Schomburg was the first person in academic realms among Black scholars to really bring Leo Wiener to us before Van Sertima. I'm going to say it one more time. Arturo Schomburg is responsible for the Negro in America for knowing who Leo Wiener is, bro. We ain't know no damn Leo Wiener until Schomburg brought him to our attention. I mess with Danny about that as much as I can. And Danny has no argument back to me about that. I don't know. I don't look at Chat GPT. And I really don't even care. Because that gets you off course. That's why I don't care about if guanin is in West Africa or not, because that gets you off course. That's not the point of the argument, is if a metal or mixture of metal is in a particular area or area. So like my boy Omawale always said, I said like Dwayne Omawale, Dwayne on Facebook too. But he's got a couple articles about this whole thing as well. But as he always said, the main problem with They Came Before Columbus is the lack of historical references and sources. That's the whole problem. And to double down on that, we ain't even talk about when Van Sertima talk about the 25th dynasty and Egyptians selling to the Americas. No, we ain't talking about none of that. I ain't even want to get into that. I stay right there on what we can actually go ahead and eliminate. We already know that Egyptians traveled to the Americas is pseudo. The Al-Bukhari story, pseudo. You know what I'm saying? We ain't even gonna go through all of that. The trade between people from Sierra Leone and the Indians in the Americas, pseudo. The whole Mayan looking like shit, pseudo. I don't get it. That's why you know what I mean. And I already knew who I knew it was Haskell, because he can't stay away. I knew it was Haskell. Wasn't nobody but Haskell. Because he wanted to defend the pseudo. Because he pseudo himself. He want to defend him, bro. I don't know. Don't ask me why he invested in defending him. When clearly, you know what I'm saying? And that's it. I mean, I hate pulling that book out. But clearly we can just keep going through that. And I think in each chapter, you can pull out 1 or 2 claims out of each chapter and deal with the whole body of work. At the end of the day, just pulling out 2 claims in each chapter. And once you look at it that way, if you do it that way, read until you identify a claim in that chapter. Then continue to read until you identified another claim. Right though, make sure the 2 claims down. Then you deal with the claims. Then you move to the next chapter. Deal with those 2 claims. Then move on to the next one. If you just did it 2 by 2, you just do it 1 at a time. Just read until you find the first claim. My point is you're going to find a problem in every chapter of the book. There's a problem in every chapter of the book. Because the moment that he told you that Christopher Columbus back in Spain was listening to some Indians substantiate a route that the Africans took, and he takes the same route in his second voyage, there's a problem. Let me see if this that's Sir Francis Drake. Hold on 1 second. I need to show y'all about what the fuck I'm talking about. Excuse my language. Man, he gave me a headache. I'm looking for the second voyage, so I'm finna pull up some shit. I'm gonna run this shit right back to y'all. I'm gonna put this shit on the screen. I done missed my whole show up. Y'all can see that? One Blood is that's Haskell. Van Sermos, listen, bro. I don't think you understand what I'm saying, Haskell. My whole point, bro, is this: that he made mistakes in his book. He made those mistakes in his book, and they can be corrected. I don't understand why you so hinged on little minute things when the overall objective is, was he right? Was he right? Was he right? Was he right? What was he right about? If he was right, what was he right about? So let's go back. Let me get to it. Page 15. So let me put it on the screen so you can see this shit right. Was Van Sertima right? Van Sertima in his book said, here, let me run it back, give you context. I'm gonna start off with the African spears shit. The African spears presented by Hispaniola Indians, which corroborated Don Juan's statement about the Ghanaian boats, were just one in a number of new factors pushing Columbus toward an exploration of the route of Guinea. His brother Bartholomew arrived in Hispaniola in command of 3 caravels of June 2nd, 1494. The admiral had not seen his brother for many years, and Bartholomew knew more. Lacasas tells us that Christopher Columbus himself of the intelligence coming out of the Portuguese African world. Bartholomew had worked as a cartographer in Lisbon. While there, he had drawn numerous maps for mariners and is a witness yearly the return of ships which had been navigating to the western lands of Africa by way of ocean. Enlightened and moved by the tales told him by those who returned, as one might say, from another world, and himself more versed in maritime affairs, he communicated to his elder brother his reasons and arguments, proving to him that in sailing away from the southern part of Africa and directing his course straight upon the ocean sea, he would surely arrive at continental land. He confirmed what Don Juan had told Columbus the previous year. When Columbus returned to the Spanish court in 1496, he found everywhere a spirited discussion of the continental lands, said to lie to the south of the lands he had discovered, in which the King of Portugal seemed to think lay within his own domain. What I have on the screen is not what I'm reading. I'm reading out of Van Sertima's book. Jamie Farrar, a jeweler and trader in precious stones, also a distinguished geographer who had done extensive traveling in Africa, had been called in the Spanish sovereigns to head the commission of fixing the Tortillas line, wrote letters to Isabella, who commanded him to get in touch with Columbus and tell him he had heard about this new continent. Farrar said he had picked up his knowledge from Ethiopians and Arabs, and he had many conversations in the Levant, in the Alcan and Domus. And from these he had gathered within the equatorial regions, there are great and precious things such as fine stones and golds and spices and drugs. The inhabitants of Black and Tawny, when Lordship Columbus finds such people of abundance, and said things shall not be lacking. His letters ends up with a strange arrive, which goes beyond the mere graciousness and implies that he knew some of the information had already been conveyed to Columbus. Of all this matter, your lordship knows more when sleeping than I do waking. The king and queen were excited. They saw whole new kingdoms opening up. Colonization of a ragdoll of islands was not enough. Columbus' mission would not be complete, they said, until these continental lands had been discovered and brought under the banner of Spain. Thus, the scene was set for the exploration of the route of African mariners had taken to the New World. Columbus sailed with 6 ships on May the 30th, 1498. He issued instructions to the 3 of them to proceed to Hispaniola directly, while he ordered the course to lay the way to the southwest, which is the route leading from the islands to the south, because then he would be on a parallel with the lands of Sierra Leone and the Cape of Santa Ana in Guinea, which is below the equatorial line. And after that, he would navigate to the west, and from there would go to Hispaniola, in which route he would prove the theory of King Don Juan, and that he thought to investigate the report of the Indians of Hispaniola, where there had come the Hispaniola from the south and the southeast, black people who have the tops of their spears made of a metal they call guano. The journey by the route proved to be the swift and the seas calm, but it suited the Africans far more than the Europeans, who could not bear the y'all heard me read the shit about the burning sun and all of that. So, which route did Columbus take? Columbus left Cadiz in Spain for his second voyage in 1493. Between 1496 and on September of 1493, with 17 ships at about 1,200 men, his aim was to conquer the Taino tribe and colonize the region. This is his second trip. But in our dear brother Van Sertima's book, on page 18 asserts, the scene was set for exploration of the route African mariners had taken to the New World. Columbus sailed with 6 ships on May the 30th in 1498. So now I got to go to 1498 because Columbus' second voyage comes way before this shit. Columbus returned to the Spanish court in 1496. So now we ain't on Columbus' second shit. We need to go to the third. This don't give us. We need to find a route. We need justification of what Van Sertima is talking about. Should give you a headache, man. It's easy, just real quick. Columbus carried out 4 voyages to the New World between 1492 and 1503. These 4 voyages are incredibly significant in history, yada, yada, yada. Columbus began his 3rd voyage to the New World on May 30th, 1498. That's what I'm reading. On page 15, got to be the only one. He says, it says here, when he left Spain with 6 ships. Did Van Sertima say that? Yep, 6 ships on May the 30th. 3 of the 6 ships immediately sailed to Hispaniola. Does he say that? Van Sertima does not say that. Okay. However, he says Columbus took 3 ships with him in order to explore a more southerly route he had heard previously taken. He did this in hopes of finding different islands, a location of mainland Asia, which he believed was close in location. This was due to the fact that he believed that he had found the Indian Ocean and was in close proximity to China. Van Sertima says on the May 30th, 1498 shit, he issued instructions to 3 of them to proceed to Hispaniola directly while he ordered the course laid to the way of the southwest, which is the route leading to 3 islands to the south, because then he would be on parallel with the lands of Sierra Leone and the Cape of Santa Ana in Guinea, which is below the equatorial line. So my whole point here is the guy on page 15 alone, in the paragraph that I'm reading alone, there's an error in just this. Bro, this ain't even talking about going nowhere near no Asia or China. None of this. Who got the book in the chat to confirm? Hold up. Hold up. I don't want nobody to think I'm making this shit up. I don't want nobody to think I'm making this shit up. Van Sertima clearly is talking in this chapter right here on the screen. Right there on the screen. I'm not making it up. Right there on the screen. You can pause though, and you can see he's not talking shit about Asia. He ain't saying shit that I just read on the screen to y'all about China or the Indian Ocean. None of that. None of that. Put it back on the screen. I'm gonna put it back on the screen. Van Sertima ain't mentioning nothing about Columbus trying to find the Indian Ocean in Asia. Now, Van Sertima is insinuating that these motherfuckers are taking a route that blacks took to the New World. That's what he's insinuating right here. If I'm wrong, I don't mind being corrected. But make this make sense with this on the 3rd voyage. Make it make sense with the 3rd voyage. Make it make sense. 3 of the 6 ships immediately went to Hispaniola with supplies and settled the remains on the island. However, Columbus took the other 3 ships with him in order to explore a more southerly route than he had previously taken. He did this in hopes of finding different islands and the land Asia, which he believed was close in location. This was due to the fact that he believed that he had found the Indian Ocean and was in close proximity to China. Columbus sailing across the Atlantic on the third version was noted for a period of several days in which his ship were caught in the doldrums, windless time frame, and unable to progress forward to the New World. The winds returned on July 31st, 1498. Columbus and his 3 ships arrived in the New World in a location that was further south than it had ever been before. In fact, Columbus arrived in the modern island of Trinidad. Van Sertima don't tell us that he's still looking for Asia or China or the Indian Ocean. All of that is negated. Because I told y'all when I was reading it how it was getting hot and this, that, and the third was going on. But Van Sertima does get back on point when he uses a direct quote from an author. I don't know which author. I would have to try to get in his footnotes. Jeffries, I believe that's what he's using. MDW Jeffries. I believe that work is called Southern what? Nah, that can't be it. He can't be using P.A. Southern Nigeria, Oxford, 1926, and Jeffries cited 965 work, which would be West African Review. What? No. But my point is this is these are the things that when you make people reread this shit, man, when you make a person reread this, it just makes you more frustrated because it's missing too much. There's no context. We're clearly sitting here reading about Columbus's other journey, and this motherfucker's telling us that the reason why he's going more southward ain't because of a story that he heard in Spain from black people or from the Indians substantiating some shit from black people. You cannot forget the point. The point of, according to Van Sertima, the point of them going southward, and I'm gonna show y'all again. The point of Columbus going southward. I'm gonna show y'all again. I'm gonna show y'all one more time. Put it on the screen. I'm gonna pause. You can pause it. It's right there on the screen. He was told about this. He was told about this. Van Sertima said that he was told about this. In Spain. He say, she say, it says, y'all couldn't read it, so I'll read it to you. He issued instructions of 3 to proceed to Hispaniola directly while he ordered, of course, laid to the way of the west, which is en route leading from these islands to the south, because then he would be on a parallel with the lands of Sierra Leone and the Cape of Guinea, which is below the equatorial line. And after that, he would navigate to the west, and from there would go into Hispaniola, in which route he would prove the theory of King Don Juan, and that he thought to investigate the report of the Indians of this Hispaniola, who said that there had come to Hispaniola from the south and southeast the black people who have the tops of their spears made of metal, which they call Juan. Haskell, retire your belief. The fuck out of here, bro. It's just that simple. Just that simple. The dude in this book is telling us that he trying to hold up this theory of Don Juan, right? Don Juan said he told that he was informed by Indians in Spain that Africans took this particular route to get to the islands, the New World. So to substantiate that route, Columbus was taking that same goddamn route. And then you go look at Columbus' voyage. His voyage didn't have shit to do with taking the same route as them people. He's still looking for fucking Asia and China. He's looking for new territory. He just so happened that in his travel that he was in line with something running to Trinidad in 1498. You think he gonna see black people? Yes. Because there's other Spanish sailors at the time. They're bringing black people in. They've been bringing them since they've been coming over here. So now you're really gonna see them from 1492 at the onset up until he arrived back on his third voyage in 1498. We can go to the first blacks in the Americas and look at the actual primary sources and get even more in depth about Columbus. But I don't want to do that because it's a waste of time. Well, my whole mere point is that in this book, and basically what I just read to y'all already in 2 pages, literally, it wasn't 3 or 4, it wasn't a whole goddamn chapter. In 3 pages, you found multiple errors in 3 pages. And you ain't finna go on no goddamn circular argument about Guanin. I'm not arguing with you about that, bro. Show me the people that brought it here. If you believed that Guanin that the Spanish saw when they got on that island came from West Africa, prove it. Where your evidence? Don't put it off. Don't put the belief off that Vandermeer is using off on boy. What's that dude's name? Don't believe off on Frederick Poe or Amerigo Vespucci. Don't put it off on them. Go substantiate it. Footnote 36. Go substantiate it. Do you want to do that? Because footnote 36 in this ain't even got them people name on there. It got H. Lane E. Silva, Nomus Vulgaris de Algumas Plantas de Sao Tome Principe. Lisboa, 1959, Jeffries. I ain't got Amerigo Vespucci. So what you doing? Is you even in the book? That book give you a headache, bro. When you know better, you do better. Retire the book. What up, Lucky? What's good with you, bro? That's what you gotta go do. You brought that source up. You saying that he using this particular person. How do you know he using this person? You gotta substantiate. You gotta substantiate the claim. He claimed that they came from Africa, bro. That they came from Africa to the islands and had been trading with them people. Your claim, what you're trying to insinuate, that there's Guanin in West Africa among these particular people. And Van Sertima uses word linguistics to try to substantiate that shit. And we can't even substantiate it because we can't even find a goddamn word he mentioned. Fuck out of here, Donnie. I ain't even, man, I just spent too much time, bro. Listen, I was supposed to be off at the 2-hour mark. Some kind of fucking way, I done been on here 2 extra hours. I'm not talking to Haskell about this shit. It's your job to substantiate the claims made by the elder. You want to defend that nigga? Go get your go support him. I'll listen to that shit, do a whole little presentation. I'm gonna listen to that shit. I want you to find the supporting evidence. And then watch how quickly you start to correct yourself. The more you keep going, page to page to page to page to page. Watch. Bro, you read half this goddamn book, you're gonna have a big ass migraine. And okay. Let me give y'all another piece. Peep this. An encounter with the New World Negroes was also reported off Colombia. New World Negroes. The word used by Garcia, esclavos, means slaves, but it is important to point out here that this party of blacks were caught away from their element and were not slaves in the loaded post-Columbian America. I mean, bro, like, listen, he did the best he could with what he had, and he really didn't have much because y'all keep talking. I started this show with Tariq Nasheed and his bullshit. I'm gonna bring it right back to Tariq Nasheed. On page 26, listen to this. A break in the cloud came about 7 years ago with the work of Alexander von Wachenau. Ivan Van Sertima wrote in this same book, a break in the cloud came about 7 years ago with the work of Alexander von Wachenau, fired by a panic conviction that America was an inseparable part of the mainstream of world culture before 1492, and excited by the vitality and sophistication of pre-Columbian art. This art historians and lecturers carried out intensive diggings and investigations in Mexico. Out of his dedicated commitment emerged a wealth of visible witnesses to the pre-Columbian presence of Africans and others in the Americas. His book, The Art of Terracotta Pottery in Pre-Columbian South and Central America, broke new ground. Conversation over. Like I fucking said, if you go read from page to page, you're going to find the errors. If you go chapter by chapter and just look for 2 claims, you're going to find the errors. Bro, we just went through this shit. This motherfucker made Von Wassenaar made terracotta shit art. He turned art into Africans. He took these people art and made it African. Another bad, this is just bad sources that Van Sertima was using. Share the link to what? Fuck, I'm sharing the link for. I've been on this motherfucker almost 2 hours. I ain't sharing the link no more. Then this the stupid shit. This one I don't like talking to you, Haskell. What's y'all issue with Leo Winter's citation? The shit pseudo. The shit pseudo. What's our problem with Leo Winter? Haskell. We've been dealing with Leo Winter for like 6, 7 years, 8 years. Bro, I know you didn't watch these shows before. I don't know why the fuck you over here sitting here talking that shit. I'm not giving Haskell shit, Mika. Fuck you and him. I'm not talking to him no more. I just got done talking to him. What do I need to keep talking to him for? Look at what he in the chat. I don't need to talk to him no more. He don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Just because you have guanin in West Africa does not mean that the guanin in Africa is in America when the goddamn Spanish arrived. End of story. I just pulled up an archaeological dig, a site, primary source. It shows pre-Columbian and post-Columbian metallurgy in Hispaniola. And guanin is in Hispaniola pre-Columbus. So those gold-tip spears, that whole argument about the gold-tip spears, which are actually guanin, that the fucking Spanish Sea don't come from no goddamn West Africa. These motherfuckers already have access to guanin on their own shit. I don't care. You don't have to listen. And I ain't been talking about myself because he was just on here like 45 minutes ago. I'm not talking to Haskell no more. He keep going in circles. You ask one main question and then how can I prove that? He said it earlier. I had my one main question is show me old world diseases, Columbus. Can't answer that. Show me the trade between the blacks that Van Sertima claimed came over this motherfucker. Show me the trade between the blacks and the Indians. He can't show that. There's no conversation. So if you can't answer the questions that are being proposed back to you, since you had questions, it ain't no conversation. It's just you want to ask me some questions because you don't like me, and I don't fucking give a fuck about Van Sertima's book. Not him the person, but I don't give a fuck about his book or his work. So you want to try to defend that, and you want to look for your loopholes. Fuck you and your loopholes. Straight like that. Haskell, them shows are years old. You talking about you ain't heard them shows because you've been avoiding them shows. Them shows years old, bro. We got videos talking about all these fucking claims from years ago. We got shit on our community page dating back for a few years ago that's dealing with shit that people keep on using out of context about Van Sertima's work. Like, we just ain't been doing this shit in the last week. And this ain't your first time ever hearing me talking about Van Sertima anything. We've been doing that shit on the Dagger Squad back when the Dagger Squad was a big ass group. 2016, 2017. Man, fuck that holiday. Read on these nuts. I just read to y'all a great example of what I mean by fuckery in this book. The man literally talked about Columbus's third voyage, but he doesn't even label it the third voyage. He says that Columbus is trying to take the same sick route that blacks from Sierra Leone did to the New World. That was not Columbus' intent or purpose. That's the reason why I pulled that up, because Columbus had a whole other intent and purpose. It had nothing to do with fucking some people from Sierra Leone going to the Americas. No, he was looking for Asia, Indian Ocean type shit. He was on that type of time and thought that he could figure out what he could figure out and land where he can land for more discovery. And his ass ended up in Trinidad. He don't say that in the book. It's a host of things like that. Was Van Sertima a great guy? Probably. I don't know. He probably was a great guy. Did he make mistakes? Absolutely. Can his mistakes be corrected? Absolutely. Is his book outdated? Absolutely. Is the sources that he relied on for a lot of the claims that he made in his book problematic? Absolutely. Is his work misinterpreted by people who think that black people been in the Americas? Yes. People in the Americas think, these abos think that Van Sertima wrote a book arguing that black people been in the Americas and have always been. And that's not his argument. His argument is the African presence in the Americas, which he is arguing that black people were trading and doing business and coming here before Columbus ever thought about it. And it would be incorrect. According to the data and according to the arguments and according to the badass sources that he used to make his argument. And yes, people make mistakes. Do I think that Sertima is a bad person? No, I don't. I think his mistakes are being misrepresented. Yeah, my smoke is always going to be for Leo Weiner because that's where the lies come from. The shipwreck story comes from Leo Weiner. He's a liar. He don't know. He ain't never been to West Africa. He ain't got no information from no West Africans, no griots, nobody about any of that shit. The whole shipwreck story about Al-Bukhari II, which is told by Mansa Musa, Egypt, that's the best thing you get. And that was a lie. He's a usurper. Leo Weiner shit is trash. You can't substantiate it. Oh, let me go back to a real old video if I can. Let me clear out some of this shit in my tabs first. I ain't coming. Am I coming back to this? Some stuff. No, I ain't coming back to this. Or that. Or this. Or that. Or that. I ain't coming back to this. I ain't coming back to the Algonquin lie from Buddy. I ain't coming back to that bull jump. I ain't coming back to this. Or none of the old Max shit. I ain't coming back to that. Hold on one second, man. Hold on one second, y'all. I'm finna take this quick little break and then not even a break. I'm finna try to pull this thing up and I'll be right back.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but
He
y'all
died
ain't
by
find
his
y'all?
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I feel like you standing on business.
And y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to his me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. Genealogy.
Yeah, so I was trying to get back to a video in particular, Mika, but something's just dragging right now. So give me a second, let me see if I can get this fixed. Oh. I need to do two things first. I'm gonna bring up ex-Mossy Warrior Clan member just to take people back. And I want y'all to look at the date on this video just to take people back. Let me see if y'all see that. Should be able to see it, yeah. This video is 8 years old.
Hello world, this your boy Bass, and today we're going to talk about retiring Van Sertima's They Came Before. We're going to retire it respectfully. Well, I know I'm going to retire it with respect. And what I mean by retiring it with respect is we're not going to recommend nobody read this book. We're not going to recommend people study it. And we're not going to recommend people look at it for real facts. If it's something that you just want to read, to be reading, I mean, by all means, go ahead and get it. But this book is, or should be, retired. But before I get into why it should be retired, I'm going to show you J.A. Rogers and why I don't recommend people to read J.A. Rogers. Even though I'm a huge fan of J.A. Rogers, but I won't recommend his work. So let me show you J.A. Rogers' work. Like I say, I got all of J.A. Rogers' works. I have all of them. And I don't recommend his works to nobody. I'm a huge fan, but I won't recommend his works because everybody was black to J.A. Rogers. In these books, he tells you that he goes the 2030s, this was considered scientific. But in today's world, it just won't work. That's all this works, man. Every last one of them. Shit, I even got the damn newspaper clip.
Why is tripping, bro?
Rogers made a lot of mistakes, but I won't recommend them. If you want to get these works or grab his books, just to have in your library, by all means, go get them. But the thing is, you got to understand, Rogers made a lot of mistakes. And I retire his works with respect because I 100% respect J.A. Rogers. 100%. I'm actually writing an article to respond to Stephen Howe about J.A. Rogers. But I retire his works with respect because they're outdated. It is way, way outdated. And this is actually the only book that I recommend from Rogers to this day. And this will, with loose facts, if you update the facts, man, it'll still be a great play. Like, I won't quote his facts, but I'll quote J.A. Rogers' statements. Like in Sex and Race, he says, the American Negro has become so Americanized that if it wasn't for his skin color, he wouldn't know where he came from. But this just J.A. Rogers, man, is why I retire his works, because he made a lot of mistakes. It's outdated. And there's no way you should be quoting 1920s or 1930s research in 2016 is off of J.A. Rogers' research without actually looking at the source documentation. Which brings me to this book, They Came Before Columbus by Van Sertima. Keep in mind, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, because I'm 100% respectful. I 100% respect Van Sertima and what he did, or what he has done for us. 100%. Like, I was even working on an article to respond to this when they tried to go at Van Sertima. Even in their attacks, they fall short. Their first 2 points are on point. When you get to the third point about some damn noses, they done lost their mind talking about people in West Africa got different noses. Like, man, shut up. So yeah, man, I 100% respect Van Sertima. But factually speaking, this is not a great book. This book is based off theories and hypotheses. And when he says Leo Weiner, you should go get Leo Weiner. And this book is what this book is based off of. This book is way outdated. Theo Winter wrote this book in the 1920s. He actually wrote 3 volumes. This book is a combination of all 3 volumes. He basically said that Africans came here with Arab influence. It's a cool book, but it's outdated. But this is not the only reason why this book is on my retiree list. Now, this book is the reason why we have to retire. They came before Columbus. This book is a mythology book. The title alone is telling you what the book is myths. All the myths of pre-Columbian America is in this book. All of them. Now all you gotta do is Google this guy's name and you'll see all the pseudo books he wrote. Every myth of pre-Columbian America or people coming to America is in this book. Every myth, even the myth of, you ever hear the boys catch say when Albuquerque got to America, if Americans were like, oh, come another white one, come another white one. That's a corrupt story of the conquistadors. Their story is in this book. But like I say, this is a mythology book. If you Google it, you can find it for free. I messed around and ordered it by mistake. Van Sertima quoted this book once. For Van 2, 3, 4, this 11, 12,
over
13,
again
14,
about Donald Shabbat 3 years ago.
But this is
we just keep saying it over and over and over and over.
This book,
and
it all starts sightings or
it all starts
West Africa, 150 Negroes.
We're just owning the book.
But I'm retired.
They came before Columbus. My concentration and my influence was inspired by chapter 3 in this book to write about the Musa story. Because Van Sertima was entrenched with trying to tell this story, chapter 3 of his book and be a little beyond that, about Mali. He talked about Mali, and all of us, as members of the Basi, all of us had our doubts about it. We knew that certain stories about Musa was fluff, but we knew the voyage happened. We knew about where the story was told from, etc. And that's why I hypothesized that this is a separate thing. I hypothesized that Musa telling that story in Egypt gave inspiration to Europeans to enter and journey into West Africa looking for that gold. And this is where they use the whole what's the name of that story, man? I can't think of the name of the story. Dudes, they use this name about everything. They always looking for the dude. Hold on. Y'all gonna catch what I'm putting. La, 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 la. I can't see the chat right now. Prester John. The whole mythological Prester John. That was the Europeans' way of trying to act like they looking for this dude with so much gold and yada yada yada. But they used that again. I think they used that definitely to colonize Africa, and more importantly, in West Africa. And I think all of that spawned from Musa stunting and boasting and bragging in Egypt. But all that gold. But Van Sertima just got this story wrong. And a lot of the reasons is because what Shabazz said right here with that book by Mackenzie. And most people don't even think about it until you do that. Africa and the Discovery of America, Leo Wiener. His sources are the worst. Donald Mackenzie, worse. The whole Egyptian raw boat travel shit, the worst. Like the worst potential bull stuff that you could use to argue for something was used. It was used. All them sources is outdated, old, and it's just bad, man. It's just bad. And y'all be thinking, some people be thinking, not y'all, but certain people be thinking that what they believe in is real. This whole myth of you having a black presence in the Americas before Columbus is a myth. It's a myth. It has no basis for real existence. It's a myth. The best most of y'all can do is those of you who have cousins that may be indigenous from admixture as freedmen in those areas. Y'all just try to claim that bullshit, but your asses ain't black. But hold on one second real quick. I'm gonna see what this is. What's up, man?
Yo.
What's going on?
Hello. Yo, quick question. Let me hold on. Let me put this man on mute. I've been trying to catch you for a while. You had a conversation, I don't know if it was with Smoke Signal after talking with Smoke Signal, where you said the Aboriginal community cannot get past the doctrine of discovery. Do you have any videos that speak to the doctrine of discovery on your channel, where Columbus or whoever in that document, which I don't really understand, you try to get a Smoke Signal to read it, but it was in Spanish, that speaks specifically to why they can't get past the doctrine of discovery?
Yeah, so we actually can, you actually can just pull up a translation of the doctrine of discovery, and you have to read it, because what I meant by that, right, is you have maritime travel or need to explore outside of the realms of the Mediterranean and the places that they already had traveled to until the doctrine of discovery, which means that what we know today, what we know of as the New World, we wouldn't have known yet due to the doctrine of discovery. That gave Europeans the right to explore and travel outside of its realms and colonize other areas. And that's what I mean about they can't get around that, because you don't get these Europeans showing up until they've been co-signed to show up through the discovery. That set in motion, you know, one of the greatest holocausts in human history.
Word. I just thought it was when you said that in that stream, everybody got quiet. Nobody said nothing. And that kind of stuck with me. So you showed an awesome website that I've never seen before about sources of descendants of Africans. I thought that was tight too, but I wanted to really find out if you had on your channel a specific video that spoke, this is what the doctrine of discovery is. Because I tried to translate it. I looked for videos on YouTube to translate it. But I'm like, Smoke, I can't really understand it. So I didn't know if you had something in layman's terms.
I don't think that I had well, I didn't do the show, but it was an old show that we had access to that kind of broke all of that down about the doctrine of discovery, but it would have been on the Amin Ra Squad channel, and that channel got taken down, and we were left without that. But maybe we get back to that one day and just kind of bring that to light, just so you can have that as a reference to really get into the doctrine of discovery, what it is, what it stands for. I think it ain't on MBK channel. It ain't on Each One Teach One. It's definitely not on Garfield, even though it might have been brought up on his channel a few times. But it's not here as its own separate bill. So maybe we do that and make it its own separate bill. I may be able to like do that Friday or something like that.
I just want to shout you out, brother. You're a very intelligent man. And when you said that in that video, it was like joke time over. You can't get past this right here. So just like what you showed Smoke and then the translation, I tried to do it, but you do it in such a way, man, that my kids can understand it. So I didn't know if there was a video, because during that same stream, you showed videos that you already have on your channel talking about different cultures or whatever, but I could not find specifically where a video says, here's evidence in the doctrine of discovery or from Christopher Columbus that this happened or that happened. So just want to big you up, brother. You are very intelligent. And when you said that, it was like, yo, if you want to play games, basically get past the doctrine of discovery. But when I tried to research it, like Smoke, I really didn't understand it. So, hey, I appreciate you letting me up, man. Keep doing your thing. Big up.
You're welcome, man. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, I'll try to make that happen. Because really what you want to get into about the whole doctrine of discovery is the papal bulls and the jurisdiction it gives. And you're right. He can't translate and make that document out. But there's an entire site that actually breaks those down. And basically, in each expansion of the papal bull, you have that's the reason why you bring that up. Is because it gives you the indication of what these people are encountering, what they're doing, and how that's going down. I think I could give you. Have you seen the site Doctrine of Discovery Project? He left. Dang, he left. So what I'm gonna do is, if you haven't seen that, I am going to. I ain't got nothing to do with no echo chamber. I go everywhere and I handle business. I have no problem with people. People always come here. Vino come up here all the time. I don't agree with him. This ain't no fucking echo chamber. We just don't do the bullshit. At some point, you just get over the validity of stupid. You want to hold on to something, you ain't even really making no real argument. And Donnie is right. You just argue for the sake of arguing. You don't even give a fuck. Your ass from the islands, nigga. You know you West African. And ain't nobody on them islands you from talking about that anything other than that. Nobody give two fuck what you talking about, Haskell. We don't know what you is, bro. You've been the same way since you've been coming on platforms, arguing the same shit over and over. But anyway, if the brother's still in the chat, JoJo, I try to drop a link for you. Maybe I'll come back to that and go through that. But look at that Doctrine of Discovery project. That's one of many tools you actually can get into that can give you some proper edification of it. Also, the Doctrine of Discovery 1493, the Gilderberg. You can get into that. That'll give you some clarity. I'm just going to these sources that I know I've brought up before. And I'm put them in the chat. I know it's people that might be watching the replay that can get into that. But yeah, that'll be that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't, I know some people love confrontation, love to be entertaining, and love to see people arguing all the time. But at some point, you know what I'm saying, I ain't finna keep on arguing with people. Like the brother said, he got kids he trying to get the information to. Them kids is not finna learn shit with me and us arguing. And I know my temper is messed up. So I'm definitely not finna do it. At some point, I'm gonna run out of patience. At some point. But JoJo, if you still watching, I know the chat it'll be displayed in the chat. So you'll continue to be able to access these sources that I'm dropping in the chat. And hopefully that helps you, give you some clarification, JoJo. And yeah, you do be battling. You be over there battling with Smoke Signal, bro. I heard you a few times. I commend you for trying to go over there with some common sense. Common sense is not common, and you don't want to use it in the scientific realm. But you be trying to go over there, man, and help him out, and he don't want no help. And he definitely don't want to get into stuff that he, you know what I mean, because he don't know anything about the stuff. He has no basis or no foundation for what it is. He just has a belief, and he just wants to hold on to the belief. So, you know what I'm saying? You just deal with it how it is. But I'm finna give you one of the source from Emory, which I think I kind of put on people before. I think I put this on people before, but I'm gonna give it to you again. My boy Willie Daniels, late as fuck, man. I've been live 4.5 hours while you've been running around here playing Santa Claus, bro. You've been running around here playing Santa Claus. You know what I'm saying? Trying to hop down on people, and you don't even know what it is, bro. So this right here, JoJo, this right here for you, bro. I'm finna put in the chat. You cannot discover lands already inhabited. Marked said this almost underneath my breath as I walked past the line of men dressed as Spanish sailors from the 1490s. I was in front of the Union Station in Washington, D.C. Bro, read this, dude. Read this. Read it. I promise you. Read it. I ain't even gonna get into all that, bro. I'm just gonna say read it, bro. I ain't gonna say no more. This why Smoke them can't get around it. And we know who the indigenous people are. And when we start talking science, it's a wrap. So rap is a rizap. Oh, I got a whole nother one. I got the damn, I didn't even know I had when I first started listening to people in the community that I was listening to, this shit, Unc was on that shit back in 2015. Because he was arguing with Christians. Unc used the doctrine of discovery to argue with Christians. Sure did. Yeah. But nah, I'm not about keep going in circles with Haskell though. Haskell make your head hurt, bro. For real. What up, Willie? Sure do. Yeah, we know he capping in the chat, bro. You know what I'm saying? Haskell like it over there in Black Egypt land. Going back to Black Egypt land, Haskell. Going over there in Black Egypt land. You ain't got no pushback. Talk about I asked for pushback. You ain't got no pushback. I ain't calling you no teller. But you ain't got no pushback. You just be giving me a headache. You be going in circles. Willie said Black Santa. Now you done took white Jesus, made him black, and you done took white Santa and made him black, bro. You is dirty. Cold game, Willie. Yeah, Kevin, they definitely are that. But Haskell is Mr. Black Egypt. If it's Black Egypt, and he always be trying to help the pseudo elders. But then EIE in the chat, and EIE in the chat like EIE in the chat, he from the Caribbean state. They from the same area. Ain't y'all from the same area? Haskell and EIE, ain't y'all from the same area? If I'm not mistaken, y'all from the same island. And Haskell's so funny because he come up here and then he cover his voice up and shit like Jeremiah Judah. No, he said, yeah, he's from Guadalupe. Yeah, I knew y'all from the same play, man. Who can't see the chat? Yeah, you see the chat. I see it. What you talking about? Haskell, y'all both from the same place. That's why I don't get it. I don't get it. Both of y'all know y'all African. Boston Celtics is losing by 8 points with 3 minutes left. I think the game might be over. Pete Carroll won up out of Seattle. Might be interested in the Bears. Wonder why that is. Man, look, man, I'm finna give y'all about a few more minutes, man. I dropped the link in the chat to see who gonna pop up. Anybody anybody name, not Haskell's name. Travers, y'all some thieves, Travers. I see where you get it from. Wanna pull a tarot card my ass. I don't know. You can pull a tarot card all you want. You European. You got European ancestry. Well, I don't care about that. Ain't African, but you got that European then. Yes, sir. You welcome, bro. Yeah, you use it right there. See if I don't know if you had access to any of that before, but that gives you kind of give you an understanding. Really, just all you need to know is the basis of the purpose of the doctrine of discovery. Once you have the purpose of the doctrine of discovery, you can go from there. And I'm gonna give you another source because this source has questions that are geared toward answering those questions. And I know you said you couldn't read the doctrine of discovery, so there's a transcript that has an English translation on it. And let me give you that. Nah, you should, bro. Read that last source that I just dropped, JoJo, in the chat. That's got the translation. That's what you're looking for right there. It's got the whole doctrine of discovery translated to English, as it is written by Pope Alexander in 1493. Now you might want to slow it down a little bit. I don't know, but I would slow it down just so you can grasp it. And then I want you to go back and think about why I said the smoke can't get around the doctrine of discovery. It's gonna be in the answer to him getting around it is gonna be in there. And he might be listening too, because he like to pop up over here and then get quiet and, you know what I mean, want to share his show and shit. Because I ain't got no information. But all the players, all the infamous players in the story is there. Look at EIE and Haskell in the chat about the gang bang on each other because they from different sides of Jamaica. They gangs don't allow them to communicate with each other. Look at that. Brethren. EIE telling you, brethren. I'm right off the E-way. You can't cross the street over here. What up, Lamar? I've been live for a minute. Y'all just popping out. Y'all definitely been spending time with y'all family. For sure, for sure. But look, man, I'm trying to eat up the last 10 minutes. So I really need somebody to come eat up the last 10 minutes. Redo what? So redo it. Oh, you way behind. You trying to catch up. That's a Black American thing banging. I don't even know what you talking about, girl. You making up stuff. That boy Kofi gave up that challenge, that charger to his son. I see you, Bryson. Bryson, a grown man there, y'all. Kofi's son Bryson is a grown. Brian ain't gonna cap. You're a grown man. Proud of the young kid, man. He been through a lot of shit the last few years. I'm happy for him and proud of weathering them storms. It's crazy. They even brought the freshmen out there with them on the trip. Okay, fresh. It's crazy. Well, what the hell are you doing? Oh, for Savannah. Yeah. I taught him that, but he didn't know how to talk simple before. She lying her ass off. She ain't taught nothing. That's a black American thing. Going to watch from the beginning later. Oh yeah, you're gonna be a minute. 23 hours ago, they were on OTK panel saying the doctrine of discovery is fake. Oh, really? See, I ain't know none of that, bro. Them dudes, man, know how to throw rocks and hide their hands for sure. They ain't never outside when I'm around, bro. Never outside when I'm around. Definitely don't want to. Definitely don't want to war with your boy, man. Definitely don't want to war with your boy. Definitely don't. All right, so that's why I asked about a previous show on the doctrine of discovery. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. What you're asking for? Yeah, them do. But you gotta realize, like you gotta realize when you talking to people that really don't study, everything about what you talking about with them is gonna be denial, right? Because they're unfamiliar with something. So every time you introduce something to them that they never heard of before or knew anything about, it comes back to that point. Like they just don't know. And because they just don't know, their ignorance is in the way. So the first thing their ignorance triggers inside of them is to deny the facts. And it's unfortunate that they're built like that, but they can't tell the truth because the truth contradicts their beliefs. And it's sad. Yeah, it's sad. All the way. But nah, hopefully, I mean, if you had that conversation and they come back up, that they're that topic with you once you got it, and you can deal with it from that perspective. But them dudes ain't about nothing, bro. Ain't about nothing, bro. You're not gonna get nothing about of them that's gonna do you any good, or vice versa. They're not coming with the information. It's not coming with the information at all. That's the crazy part. It's just like Haskell. He'll try to find an argument, and he argue with everybody. He Ujawus, Jedi, Asar, Garfield. She don't even matter. His pushback is the devil's advocate. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But all right, man. I ain't gonna hold y'all up, man. I ain't got that much. I need to go. I'm finna watch me a movie, bro. Relax. You know what I'm saying? I've been on this thing too long. Yeah, talking about nothing. You know what I'm saying? I got 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes left. I'm gonna go on in that thing now, man. I appreciate everybody tapping in. If you were late and you missed the show, catch the replay. We appreciate everybody. You know what I'm Y'all enjoy y'all rest of y'all day. Yeah, countdown to the new year. Y'all might see me again Friday, man. I might do a show again Friday. I don't know. Maybe not. But y'all enjoy the rest of the evening, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me get John Henry Clark in here.
We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing. And to understand it, there's 200 years of history you're going to have to look at. 1400 to 1600. It's the major turning point in world history. At the end of these 200 years, the world would never, ever be the same again. Europe had come out of its bag. It had rescued itself at our expense. It had learned longitude and latitude again. Had learned how to handle ships. They had, in their search for Asia and the spices and the sweets of Asia, they had discovered Africa en route, the greater prize. We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing.
Big guy, I got the game on the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch stop. Black dot, reppin' the team, reppin' the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Big guy, I got the game in the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch stop. Black dot, reppin' the team, reppin' the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Yeah. It's been a hell of a run. I done bagged all of the women I wanted to bag. I probably should slow down and settle with one. Probably should hit up my mama and tell her my problem. She always wanna pray for her son. Tell her I got it, it's nothing your God could do for me. I feel much more safe with a gun. Look what I've done, just look at what I've become. They thought I was stuck in the mud. I done came up, they gotta pay like I weigh. I made them double the funds. Niggas be hating, probably cause they wifey like me and she wanna give me the buns. She got a friend, told her that she can come too because two heads is better than one. My competition is